Yeah, what's poppin', y'all? It's your boy Killer B, the goddamn witch finder general. Back at y'all asses again tonight. I don't know. I hope Sister Cherry come on tonight. I know it's late as hell. Damn, it's 2 o'clock. Shit, I should be ending streaming this shit now. But do my best and stuff. I don't know. I'm just gonna talk about some shit that I saw tonight and some new videos that I saw. So do some commentary on it. Help decipher some of this bullshit that these dudes be kicking to y'all. We got Konah from FOPE was on Sonetter tonight. I seen an interview with Gorilla Hebrew. I don't know if that's the one that was the other day because I didn't watch that one, or it's like a remix or something. I don't know what it is, but we're gonna watch it tonight. And what else I got for you? I got some other shit, and whatever else happens, you know, shit always goes down. Shit over here. So with that, we're gonna get right to the business. First, we're gonna play a track by Josh. Yeah. We play some old shit. We play some old shit. We will play that.
My habit is controlled by my will. True, my will initially formed by my addiction, but now strong enough to dictate the conditions of fulfilling my needs. Then abstract. Whatever good is in you, I will use for my sustenance, and for you, you don't feel as though you haven't eaten in weeks.
Damn. It's fucked up, man. You know, cats always understand, like, most high is their friend. Allah high. All praise to Yahweh. Still crushing egos. Switch goes the free throw. Strictly like heels. Cold and dark. Medieval, rip your leaves trying to catch me. Blow chicks off the branch while they Nestle. Khabib when it comes to wrestling. Radiac on tracks while y'all search for facts. Never lack cause y'all give it. You malfunction like Titanic with it. Yeah, I hit it. Turn your biscuit back to biscuit. Tired of caring for nitwits. Sizzle up and crisp it. Leave earth in ditches. Call this relief intention. Rinse in the words and flush turds. Crack your teeth like nerds. All y'all is words. Sword swerves into abdomens. Round you up like cattle pins. I thought it was about lyrics, not entertaining themselves. Niggas sell their soul for 3 degrees. Still got their motherfucking hands up when they freeze. Speak for the king, they want your belief. Instead of wisdom, you get grief. Niggas sell their soul for 3 degrees. Still got their motherfucking hands up when they freeze. Speak for the king, they want your belief. Instead of wisdom, you get grief. Destroyed my own, that's how I felt. Praising ain't about lip service. Damn shame, one critique make them nervous. Niggas is dried up like riverbeds. Deliver bird shit to their hands. Disrupt the fans, cause I'm fed up with them. What they gonna do? Remove me from pictures? Wisdom grows richer. Earthquake off the Richter. Dark penetrate the liver. Here's a lion. Initiate your dinner. Forgive the sinner. That's a real breadwinner. Children, team members. Blacks must become better swimmers. Mediterranean, yeah, it remembers. How can waters forget? Still catch fish in the net. In the way I jet. Text partner never recognize me as a gardener. But with their life, they're gonna barter. Niggas like to curse in front of the screen with their hands up, talking about y'all seen. You got me, smack down all you scream. Acting like you don't, but words mean. Niggas like to curse in front of the screen with their hands up, talking about y'all seen. You got me, smack down all you scream. Acting like you don't, but words sting. Niggas forget the Torah's inside. Within, they act like dead, pale skin, mannequin ass bystanders doing nothing while we accept the pressure of the struggling. Meaning, y'all will do no good. Walk through the hood, cats get me down. Put the world on my back and share your back. She came off crack, that's just Jesus do. Praise God, many have broke loose, yet many raced away. Still in the church to pay, or in a bootleg, damn gay. Don't know the God you pray, y'all got a serpent on the pole. That's why David fell in a hole. Even the ground was swole. Josh, why you ain't believe it, now you know. Day after day, it's as if we go nowhere. Strategically, inject repair. Through sound and word care. Niggas sell they soul for 3 degrees. Still got their motherfucking hands up when they freeze. Speak for the king, they won't show for me. Instead of wisdom, you get grief. Niggas like to curse in front of the screen, put their hands up, talking about y'all sing. But y'all mean, smack down all you green, acting like you don't, but words sting.
Can't kill what's dead.
But
Yeah. Got that song. That was Josh with 3-degree burns. Niggas sell their souls for 3 degrees. Still got their motherfucking hands up. Oh man, y'all go check out Josh's channel. But yeah, he just put up a new video. I didn't get a chance to see it. I'll watch that after this. But yeah, try to get some more people up in here. He's one head shit. I know it's 2 a.m, but goddamn, but y'all stuff this shit. All you Israelite stuff from eating Thanksgiving dinner. Where they all go? Where all the Israelites go been in the last 2 days, yo? Out here fronting. Unbelievable. Damn shame. No, Sister P probably sleep in the morning. What else I got? Who else I forgot? The goddamn cleaner. We all got some new juice for me tonight. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. Let's get to Exhibit A here. Get right on into it. Y'all catch up if y'all ain't here yet. All right, get this first clip out the way. You niggas is getting crazy about today. But I saw another today. There was a how does shit go down? Sinetter talked about bearing false witness. It was funny. Sinetter showed the scripture and everything. And guess what the cult leader had the goddamn nerve to do? Open the goddamn shit up with bearing false witness. It's shameful. It's fucking shameful. It is unfucking believable. This got through talking about how God hates a motherfucker that bear false witness, right? First thing that nigga do is bear false witness right from the goddamn gate with no motherfucking shame. Got one motherfucker up in here. What up? Whoever the hell you is and shit. What up? Thanks for tuning in. But it's crazy, man. It's like, when y'all gonna learn? Sonata need to stop even giving these niggas shine. Like, real talk. He should just be fucking their asses up. Don't even give them a chance to speak. Just fuck their asses up. That's all they need. All they should do is fuck their asses up. Talk about them bad. The YBNs, all those motherfuckers. I would like to see Sonata do more shows on serious, sincere people. I put it like that. Sincere people that are really for the black community, that are really trying to make moves, businessmen, activists, politicians, people with real religions, like, you know what I mean? It'd be great for him also. I was thinking about this and shit. That it'd be a dope topic. Having Black and Hispanic relations. Like, what's the beef with Black Americans and Hispanics? Because there is a beef. Like, motherfuckers might, you know what I'm saying, be like, what up and all that shit. But there is something going on. There's something going on. And speaking of Hispanics, Quina, he doesn't believe it's, Hispanics are Israelites and shit. But, you know what I'm saying, niggas ain't Israelites either. But just to, like, you know what I mean, just to stroke his issue there, like, Hispanics are of African descent, just like Black Americans. If not, they have if not, they even have Hispanics have an even closer relation to their, how can I put it, their lineages. Say, because you see Hispanic religions, like you got Santeria, like the whole Lukumi thing. You got Palo, you know what I mean? Sanse, 21 Division, Haitian Voodoo. You got all these things, and they're all a mixture of people. Now, for something to be so hateful like slavery and all that stuff, somebody has some fucking sense to be able to combine and work with what they got. Because y'all got to forget too, like the people that moved to Jamaica, Cuba, the Americas, I'm talking about white people and shit that moved there. You got to look at their situation too. Not only like I'm gonna talk about them making the money off slavery and all types of shit like that, but I'm saying, well, not necessarily even making money off of slavery, but making money, period. Like with the producing goods and stuff like that in the New World. They left their home. So what they had back in England, what they had back in Ireland, what they have, crazy, yo. When I was a hand name, so what they have back in, what they have back in Germany, Spain, or whatever, like France or whatever. When they came to the New World, they no longer had that shit. So they had to adopt some shit. They didn't have the churches that they had. You know what I mean? They had to create whole new like congregations and, know what I'm saying? All types of stuff like that. And so did the African slaves. And hell, I would even say so did the Native Americans in the Caribbean, but most of their asses were wiped the fuck out. Quinav talking personal shit about you. He was? I didn't see that. I love to hear that shit. Give me a timestamp if you know like what part of the video where he said it. Damn, you can shit. I missed that. God damn, I missed that shit. Why? What did he say? Just fill me in. Yeah. So all these people had to develop like something new. The Indians, they were, a lot of their stuff was taken away from them. I wouldn't say really taken away from them because the Native Americans, they still know a good bit of their history and stuff. Like when you get with the Arawak Indians and stuff like that, those people no longer exist. They living in the what's the word? I don't want to say the wrong word, but they're living inside. I just put it like this: they living inside the bodies of his Spanish people of Spanish descent or whatever, or European descent and African descent. That's where they lay right now in the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, Brazil. I mean, even Brazil too. Shit, I guess you can say even Brazil too. Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Haiti, fucking Jamaica, All those original indigenous people of those lands, they're living in the bodies of black people and white people. But you see within their religion, you get yeah, let me know what he said, man. Or you getting timestamp or something. I definitely want to hear that shit. Did you hear ISB shit on shit? Sakari. Yeah. Did you hear ISUPK? Okay, all right. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it if you can find that shit. I really do. It was the show tonight, right? Because I was listening from the beginning, and then like I had some issues and shit with the computer that I had to straighten out. Did you hear ISUPK shit on Shakari at the end of the? Nah, I didn't hear that shit. I gotta go check that out too. Goddamn, you shit. Goddamn, you hooking me up right now. I love to hear what that nigga got to say. Fuck that nigga. That nigga look like he's fucking shiesty and shit. Think a mamzer is, it is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? It don't matter. Like, somebody said something like that to me today. Like, the Canaanites in the Levant, were they white or black and shit? I was like, I don't really give a shit. It don't really matter to me. Like, because you can look at it, they did great things in that area. You know what I mean? They helped civilize and develop that area, just like other motherfuckers that came into the Levant fucking civilized and like contributed stuff to the civilization. You know what I'm saying? So like it don't really matter to me. Like if somebody like, you know what I mean, half white, half black, I don't really give a shit. Somewhere down the line, somebody loves somebody. You know, you got shit with rape. Every time somebody names you that don't mean they was raped or whatever. Like, well, who the fuck is anybody to say like whether two people love each other and shit? Like, you know what I mean? Like that shit crazy. Like the mamzer, like whole thing where they getting at, we all motherfucking mamzers. You can't say no African American here walking around this motherfucker today is fully fucking Negro, like fully black from Africa and shit. We don't look nothing like them some bitches over there and shit. For the first place, we half retarded. We've been fucking inbred and all types of shit. You think a slavery was abolished and the importation of slaves was abolished in the United States in 1802. So the motherfuckers after 1802, if they wanted more slaves, they had to make more slaves. Whether it was they was fucking the women and making them have kids, or they was taking some Africans and forcing them to lay with some of the women there to make slaves. Know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't say like shit. The motherfuckers probably retarded. All the motherfuckers at work. They're like shit. Well, fuck it. I got these two, this brother and this sister. Shit, I gotta do what I gotta do. I need another nigga. Know what I'm saying? So they made the motherfuckers whatever. Like, know what I'm saying? The nigga retarded. But as long as that nigga work, he gonna learn how to work. I get this whip behind his ass. He gonna learn how to work. So like that was the bottom line. I would say like this what in my own thinking and shit. Like fuck it. So like you can't really say like, oh, somebody's this or somebody's that shit. Like, you know what I mean? What are you gonna do? Like if you was born say by had a German mama or some shit like that, so fucking what? Like, know what I mean? What, you supposed to hate your mother because you German? Like, that's just retarded. And that's what Alizar does. That nigga got up on the fucking internet and said, fuck my mama, and if somebody kill her, so what? All praises to the Most High. That's what that nigga said. That shit crazy. That just unfucking believable. Like, how can somebody even fix their mouth to say that shit? Was it what? How bad was the lady? Shit, to say some shit like that, she gotta be a bad motherfucking bitch. The fucking for our son to say that shit. That's like a kid telling their parents, I hope you die. Like, you know what I'm saying? Actually, that's crazy because I heard that shit today. I heard fucking somebody say that shit about their parents. That was crazy. And then I forgot all about the shit. Then the incident happened and shit. That shit bugged out. Yeah, because he's fucking retarded. And he got a little following, and that's what they need. That's all the Colts need. That's all they need is a little push, a little help. Like anybody will help them, they with you. They winner. Look at Jeremiah Judah. That nigga look like he should be in a Star Trek movie and shit with his big fucking weird ass looking head and shit. That nigga look like he got a motherfucking goddamn watermelon grown in his forehead. Shit. That nigga look crazy. And you try to tell me I ain't never seen no African nigga, no head look like that. Know what I'm saying? And what you think about Atazar dropping the N-bomb all the time? That shit, like a real motherfucker shouldn't have. That was, I would say that was put on him. I don't know what. No, I can't say that. I gotta shut the fuck up. I can't say that. That's wrong. I correct myself on that. But all right, I put it like this: me growing up as a kid and started skateboarding like in New York City, and I started skating around like some Puerto Rican, Italian, and Jewish and Dominican kids in the Bronx. Right? That was the crew. And when I first met them, those motherfuckers was calling each other nigga like a motherfucker. Especially the white kids. They was calling each other nigga. And they wasn't just saying that shit like, I'm just gonna see if I can say nigga around this black dude. That was their normal everyday talk. And it bugged me the fuck out. Like, and my boy and shit, he was Puerto Rican. He was like, yo, that's how the niggas been talking like that and shit. Like, so I was like, whatever. They never called me nigga though. They never said it to me. Like they might have been talking to some like, yo, that nigga crazy, yo, that nigga crazy. Like, you know what I mean? We were young kids and shit. Like, and it was weird, but white people that I know, no matter how popular that shit get, whether it's in your songs or whatever, I ain't never heard them say fucking nigga. Nigger or nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? I never hear them say either one. So it's all about, I would say it's about the time era that you're in, your age, and all that shit. Like, because I know a white kid, he say nigga 24 motherfucking 7. And it's not, he not saying it to be cute around black people and shit. Because the nigga saying that shit around motherfuckers that ain't black. Like, I even overheard the nigga talking. Like, you know what I'm saying? Call him like, yo, nigga, yo, this nigga crazy, yo, this nigga crazy. Ain't no but white people sitting there talking. And they talking about white people. Yo, this nigga crazy and shit. So, like I don't like it. I don't like what a white person says. I don't like it. I damn sure don't like what a Hispanic motherfucker said. Because I be feeling Hispanic motherfuckers be saying that shit to be cute. Like, that's why I said earlier about Saudetta should do a show. Fuck it, I should do the motherfucking show on black and Hispanic relations and shit. Like, what's the issue? What's the problem? This is how you got Mexicans and Puerto Ricans hate each other and shit. You got Dominicans and Haitians hate each other. That was another thing I learned when I went to New York, how Dominicans and Haitians hate each other. So, like, yeah, that shit's crazy. I should be putting these questions and shit up in the chat. My bad. Oh, nah. I heard when he said that. That was on his stream, I think. I ain't never called that nigga handsome. I ain't never called him motherfucking handsome. Yeah, but back to Katazai. I think that was personally, I don't want to say it. Personally, I think those niggas pushed him to say that shit. I think the Coke pushed him to say that. He probably was saying it though. Like I said, New York motherfuckers and shit be saying that shit, but I don't know. I can't really speak on that shit. But I don't like it and shit. I don't like it. Because I feel, this is how I feel and shit. I feel Hispanics love. No, I won't say love. How could I put that shit? Hispanics, but I just finished saying those Hispanic motherfuckers are living in the bodies of niggas and white people, right? But there's something that there's a class, I would say, and I think that class starts with Hispanics in America. I don't believe that will go on in their country. Now, there is some color racism and shit. You might be considered a little higher class if you light skinned or whatever. The dark skinned Puerto Ricans might be like on the bottom and shit. But religion wise, I see them motherfuckers standing right next to each other. Matter of fact, I saw a video the other day. It was strange. It bugged me the fuck out. I might play that video tonight. It bugged me the fuck out. It was like a I don't think it was like a Orisha like celebration or some type of thing where they were playing music, and the light-skinned Hispanics had blackface on, and they was chilling with regular dark-skinned Hispanics or niggas, you might as well say, chilling with them, and everything was cool. That was weird. That shit fucked me up. Like I was like, yo, that's like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, you know what I'm saying? But I have even recently, like on Facebook and shit, there's dark-skinned Hispanics, Dominicans, and shit like that. No motherfuckers hate black motherfuckers. Like they hate them. Yup. And they know they black. And what's crazy, a lot of them know they black, but they will try not to be like that. This said like at a job. I heard people joke, comedians even joke. Nah, I ain't. Did I hear a comedian joke about this shit? Or this is my own shit? Might be my own shit. I don't know. But say like on the job, right? You know how black people, like I'm talking about regular like job, like working job, like you in a warehouse or some shit like that, like right? And you got a group of black people, you know they're gonna click, right? And you might have one Hispanic dude or two Hispanic dudes and shit, and they gonna want to be around the niggas, right? You know what I'm saying? They laughing, hee ha ha, and this shit. When the white men come through and shit, the motherfuckers they switch their whole shit up. I personally see that shit. They switch their whole fucking demeanor, how they talk, everything. They switch all that shit up. Not saying that. I can't say that they're doing it because they white. They might be doing it because that's the authority on the job, and that nigga might be the one that gives them a promotion to make more money. That could be it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But what I see, everybody, like Chris Rock said, no, who was that said that? Paul Mooney said that shit. Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. Know what I'm saying? That's how I be looking at a lot of that shit. Yeah, that shit crazy. Like, yeah, the motherfuckers be switching up by the motherfucker. Can't say that. What's a lie? It's a lie. Yeah, but me calling him handsome, nah, that wasn't him. That wasn't me. I think that was somebody else. I heard him when he was talking about that, but I didn't catch like who he was talking. It definitely wasn't me. I just started talking about that nigga like a few days ago. Like I didn't even really know who he was. Like people was telling me about Fopi and shit, but I was like, that's just another. Like I don't even look at them as a real Israelite cult. Like those like wannabe cult leaders and shit. That's how I'll be looking at them. Like you talking about ISUPK, IUIC, and some shit like that. Like, you know what I mean? Mexicans, they doesn't kiss the white man ass. Yeah, like that shit. They trying to come up and shit. Motherfuckers be trying to come up. That what it could be. Like, yeah, they fuck with white people in jails and prisons and shit like that. I heard that before. Because a lot of them are Spanish. A lot of them are Caucasian. They did a thing where a guy was in Mexico and it was like some kind of like festival or some bullshit going on. And he was going up to Mexicans and asking them, what is their race? And the motherfuckers are saying white. The majority, like 85% of them motherfuckers, nah, fuck that. It was like 90% of them motherfuckers were saying it was white. If Daniel was a drug addict, I ain't hear that shit. I ain't hear that one. I heard Johanna was. Tahar was saying Johanna was a dope fiend. Or is a dope fiend. That's why I be wearing them glasses and shit. You don't be seeing that nigga like that. Nigga be nodding out on the camera. Nigga be going all the way down. But damn, I didn't hear that shit. I gotta look up. I gotta find out about that shit. Could be. You know, the cops and shit. The cops, especially in New York City, cops be getting high. That's real talk right there. I know that shit. We seen cops getting high and shit in New York City before. I seen that shit in my own goddamn eyes. But you will see them practice African religion. Like, you will see that light-skinned Hispanic dude, and like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not shitting on Hispanic motherfuckers. I'm just looking at y'all through the eyes of African American. This is what we think. And I know y'all think a certain way about us too. So I'm just keeping the shit funky. Y'all can come up, y'all, you Hispanic, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Mexican, I don't give a fuck. You come on this motherfucker right now. We talk about this shit. I ain't gonna get mad at you and shit and feel some type of way. Just keep that shit 100. And I'm not saying I hate y'all motherfuckers. I'm just saying, like, that's what I be seeing. And sometimes I adjust the way I act according to what I've seen. Know what I'm saying? A lot of times I give people back what they trying to dish out. Know what I'm saying? I show them the correct way to do it. And then motherfuckers be getting mad and shit. Let me see here. That's the link. Anybody will come in. Mexican haters. Okay. Supervisor warehouse. They're all white. Nah, Johanna is a. Says Johanna a real one out of every coat out. I think. Do you think the UPK is the realest? If I had to choose, all them niggas the same to me. All them niggas the same. I'm gonna keep it funky. If I was saying, like, if niggas was like the real Israelites, like who God gonna choose and shit, know who I would say it was? On some real shit. Y'all want to hear what I want to say? If Yahweh Shai, Jesus, Black Jesus, dropped his ass up out the motherfucking clouds on the earth, and he came to get his people. Right? Know who I be saying that he coming to get? GMS. GMS. I'll say it every time. I'll stand on that shit. Not because that's who I learned from first. I'm not saying it because of that. From what I see through my years of being an Israelite, those niggas was the realest motherfuckers. Those are the ones that did the doctrine the way the doctrine was. The niggas didn't switch up. Those niggas teaching the same shit they were teaching 20 years ago. Nah, they did change something. They did. I think they stopped using this Shield David and shit. Did they? I think they did. I think they did about like 8 years ago or some shit like that. They stopped using that. I think. If I'm not mistaken now. If I'm not mistaken. Ain't nobody no goddamn Israelite. Yeah, ain't nobody no goddamn Israelite. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to consider the Jewish people Israelites, and I would say no motherfuckers don't even believe in Israelites either. You know what I'm saying? They know that shit, mythology and shit. Now, they produce the religion, but the motherfuckers know they don't come from the motherfuckers. Just like the and they talk about motherfucking the sun, and they come from this and these gods and shit. Them niggas don't descend from that shit. Like they say, oh, this nigga, it's the son of Ra, some bullshit like that. Them niggas know goddamn well they don't come from no goddamn sun. It's some dumb shit. Just like the motherfucking the Yoruba people, the like voodoo and shit like that. Those Orishas and shit. They don't believe they come from the motherfucker. The Greeks and shit. Like they got mythological stories saying some of their elite people and shit are descended from the gods and shit. No motherfuckers don't believe that shit. They know that shit fake. Yo, Yahweh Shai coming for GMS. Now, there's a reason why I say it. Because they've been doing it the longest. Name one Israelite group that had the longest run and didn't switch up. Name one. Longer than GMS. Now, I'm not talking about like those congregations from Crawley and the congregations from Rabbi Wentworth and stuff, because those congregations are still around and shit. Like they splintered off. Those congregations are still here. But I wouldn't count those motherfuckers and shit. Now, I'm just saying like One West type affiliate type of fucking groups. Even if a nigga say they ain't One West, but they be stealing One West fucking doctrine. So they One West, whether they like that shit or not. Shit, there's a chosen people. Nah, we did videos on that Deuteronomy 28 shit. You need to reread that motherfucker. Like real talk, you need to reread that motherfucker without the cult mindset. Because that's the biggest tricknology ever. That Deuteronomy 28 shit. You go read that shit ain't got shit to do with us. That shit ain't got shit to do with it. It's the way that you taught to read it. Go back and read that motherfucker again. Go back and read that motherfucker again. With your mind, not the cult mind, with your mind, and you're gonna see that shit ain't talking about it. It's fucked up because it fucked me up too. It fucked me up too. What up, Malak? You don't come for no goddamn Israelites. You don't come for no goddamn Asian Israelites. Come in here and that shit. Hit that goddamn link here. Then let's come in here and talk about it. And you come for them motherfuckers. Shit, I gotta change the goddamn name of the show. We are almost an hour in this bitch. And we ain't talking about nothing I don't talk about yet. What do you talk about? What do you think about GOCC? Hold on. Does African only Israelites accept West Africans into their doctrine? Yeah, because if they got some money, and them niggas got some money, something they can get from them, they can go to Africa and live with them niggas and shit. Look what IUIC doing. They going to Africa and shit, accepting them motherfuckers. They converted General butt naked. What up, Kareem? What's going on, bro? Nah, dude. No, it don't. No, that shit don't. All you gotta do is read it. Read it. Read it tonight. Read it tonight. With a clear mind. Don't even think nothing about you no goddamn Israelite. Read it like a goddamn person. And you it's not us. It's not us. Like the way they do it, you got DNA to prove it. Now, how you gonna have DNA to prove that you're an Israelite and the Israelite, they don't got no proof that Israelites existed? Now you gotta answer that bitch for me right there. Now. They ain't got no, this is science, this is goddamn history. Nobody got no evidence that no motherfuckers walked the earth. There's no archaeological evidence. There's nothing in history. None of that shit. Science, none of that shit. So now you might say your DNA is with the people who call themselves Jews today. Maybe I can go with that. Like I said, I got DNA to prove that shit, but they ain't proved the Israelites yet. Come on, man. Come on, Malak. Come on now. You my boy and shit, but goddamn. That nigga mad the motherfucker right now. He said, goddamn, I'm an Israelite, motherfucker. I got the DNA, bitch. Islam is the Redeemer and the Quran is the Savior in book form. It's the right it's the recitation Yah spoke of in Deuteronomy 18. Preservation alluded to in Psalms 12. Proclamation prophesied in John 16. It's like Redeemer in the what? Muslims be minding their motherfucking business and shit. That's why I don't be fucking with Muslims like that. Plus, some niggas a little too crazy and shit. Fucking with them motherfuckers. I got enough issues with the Hebrew Israelites. You fucking running from Muslims and shit. Fuck that shit. I ain't got time for that bullshit. But do you think that there are Islamic cults out there in the Americas? Like the same? I know like shit like Al Qaeda and ISIS and shit. I would consider those cults. But are there Islamic cults in America? Like how you got like mosque and shit like that. Like they got Sunni and Shiite and stuff. But are there like Sunni such and such? Or a different sect of Sunni, a different sect of Shiite. Know what I mean? That believe in certain things. Is there like a motherfucker in America that came up with some shit and started his own type of Islam? Well, you can say, yeah, Malachi York. Malachi York, Imam Isa. Imam Isa. You got the Sufis and shit. I would say the Sufis is a cult, but they might be shit. I don't know. Jermaine Grant, can I borrow 10 racks? I don't know where you're going to get that shit from. That nigga dead. You know Jermaine Grant dead, right? I hope you know that shit. I look just like in the walls. Nigga, they ain't no goddamn Israelites. I know walls and Kevin's. Now you can say the Hebrew people, but motherfuckers ain't no goddamn Israelites. If there was Israelites, why they call it Hebrew? I just fucking around and shit, but like motherfuckers, ain't nobody saying no motherfuckers is Israelites. But if you look like them, that don't really mean that shit either. You can say Chris Harris is a motherfucking goddamn Hebrew Israelite then. This shit, that's the case. There's some weird Hispanic nigga and shit that's on Facebook. He got a picture. He look just like one of them motherfuckers. Like he got his hairstyle like those motherfuckers and shit. But you get any motherfuckers that's mixed, they're gonna look like that. Goddamn, niggas going in on the Quran now. See what I done started up and shit. Goddamn, I know Kareem probably hold his own and shit. He can hold that shit down. Like with Islam and shit, like I don't believe that shit is real either. But like I said before, I don't care about what a person believe in. Like, you know what I'm saying? If now when you saying you a fucking Israelite and shit like that, that's the shit I'd be having issues with. We got to talk about that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? But if you want to say, hey, I follow the Bible, I follow the Torah, I follow the Quran and shit like that, I ain't got no issue with that shit. I ain't got no issue with that shit. Because if you follow it, it's going to make you a good person. Like, but then there's stuff in there, but people got to rightfully divide what is for now and what was for back then. You know what I'm saying? Like these motherfuckers be wanting to live like them niggas in the ancient days. Like I don't know nobody that want to go backwards in time. Well, motherfuckers want to be kids like with them kids and shit, but I'm talking about backwards in time. Them niggas didn't even have no teeth. The motherfucking teeth was rotted out before they was fucking 10 years old. Y'all want to live like that? Well water, dirty ass well water and shit, rotting your teeth up. And all types of shit. He said, I'm lost. You lost. but for real though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers fucking little girls and shit. Motherfuckers want to do that shit. Look at Emac and Neves. He admit he want to do that shit. When you get the kingdom. GMS too. When we get the kingdom, we're going to be able to do that. It's going to be righteous with the Most High. That's for those days. That's where those days motherfuckers didn't have people out there and shit populating and shit like that. So, like, motherfuckers need help. All right, peace, Frank. Know what I'm saying? They gotta. I could understand it for back then. Know what I'm saying? But it's not gonna be creepy like it was back in the day. Like, know what I'm saying? Like, a motherfucker will give their kid to a man for shit that he need. He like, shit, I could make another one of them motherfuckers. I let him get that and shit, and then he gonna give me some money, and she gonna make sure that nigga hold us down if something happen. Like, know what I mean? People need children to reproduce, to get help. You gotta eat and shit, right? You got a family, you gotta eat. You need niggas to help your ass and shit. You got goats and shit. You gotta have motherfucker tending the goats. You gotta have motherfucker in the fields. You gotta have motherfucker making clothes. You gotta have motherfucker doing this. You gotta have motherfucker doing that. You can't do that shit just sitting around and shit chilling. You gotta produce some motherfucking kids. So that's where those times. Things are different now. Things are different. We don't gotta plow fields and shit like that. And these niggas out here wanting to buy land and do that shit, these niggas don't want to do that shit. Trust me. Let the motherfuckers go out there with that bullshit. They ain't trying to do that shit. They're not trying to do that shit. First week and shit, them niggas quit. Then you pull out a stick with the red beam on it outside that on Jeremiah Judah. Like, you mixing everything up, yo. I still want to see that thing where this nigga was talking about. Or that one where you was talking about when Quanah was talking about somebody calling him handsome. Was that what you was talking about? Or that's another incident? But yeah. We had to stick with the red beam when I was outside that. But it wasn't on no Jeremiah Judah though. Jeremiah Judah wasn't even on that motherfucker. That was Judah Nasty Nazura and shit. The tranny chasing fucking pork eater. That's a rabbi. That was that nigga and shit. We had to beam this shit out and shit. Beam John. You know what I'm saying? So y'all saw the money phone and shit. Y'all saw the money. You saw Killer B Buddy phone. I had to stunt outside there. I was outside there. I had to stunt and shit. So niggas what time it was. So listen. You lost, huh? You lost. All right. I don't care if the Somali and Ethiopian women got fat asses. There you go. There you go. Will you throw your Hebrew Israelitism away for a big booty Ethiopian? Hell yeah, motherfucker. Like, hell yeah, motherfucker. Hell, motherfucker. How do you sleep at night? Motherfucker, I sleep good, motherfucker, especially when I'm out the coat. Man, shit. Bro, let me tell you, Yehuda. Let me tell you something, bro. The day I said, fuck all this shit, do you know how well I slept? You wouldn't believe how well I slept. Like, for real. Dude, nice dream. That is good sleep. That good sleep. Do you get that good sleep and shit? Shit. It was like, yo, on some real shit. Yo, I shit you not. Swear on everything, right? It was like a spell. I had a spell on me. Like, dead ass. It was like I had a spell on me. Like, somebody put a spell out. I believe the spell was on my motherfucking ass, right? And once I gave that shit up, bro, the next day, it was like I was a new motherfucker. It was like I was a new fucking man. And other people said the same shit. It was like, yo, it was like a spell that was lifted off of my ass and shit. Like, real talk. Real talk. I'm not a bullshit you not. Nigga said, how the fuck you sleep, nigga, at night? You ain't no good, nigga. Goddamn enemy. Slave shit sold to your enemy. That's a lie, Yehuda. See, that's what the cult does to you. They isolate information. They'll tell you, all right, they'll show you the shit, and then they commentary on it. And the commentary that they give on the shit is programmed so you don't go nowhere else. You're gonna only listen to them. You're not gonna listen to nobody else. And somebody else say, "Oh, I hate that." You hear niggas say that shit all the time. You hear motherfuckers say that shit all the time. Papa leg for beard. Fucking yeah, yo. But for real, it's like shit. You niggas have made me lose my thought. God damn, son of a bitch. Fuck it, they'll come back to me. But I was talking shit. I was about to say some real shit. I forgot my thought. You know, the people that all right, yeah, that's what I was talking about. The how the cult show you something in a history book, right? Like they said, look, the dark ages, and they'll start showing you pictures of Moors, but they don't tell you that those pictures you're looking at are fucking imaginary fucking people. They're not real people. Maurice and shit. These are the motherfuckers that was in. Those are the when you see those black Moors in history books, the paintings and shit like that. Those don't be real fucking people. Those are people. That's the wise men from the Bible. The three, like the wise men that came to go see Jesus. That's who the fuck that is. I did a video on it. You can look it up. Just go to my channel, and when you got the search bar thing for my channel, like the search bar for my channel, not for YouTube, for my channel. You put in more, you see the video pop up. Watch that shit. That shit crushed all that Moorish shit. I mean, that ended all that Moorish shit. There ain't no Moor can tell me shit. There ain't no fucking black Moors. And shit, the rulers of the Moorish Empire was all fucking Arab and white. Ain't no nigga was ruling shit. The niggas was fighting. They were the soldiers. Those are the niggas was fighting for the era. They're mercenaries. Those Berbers and all that shit they talk about was Moors. Those motherfuckers was mercenaries. They fight for whoever got the fucking bread. You had them niggas fighting for the Romans. They had the niggas fighting for the motherfucking Muslims. That's how the shit went down. But these niggas will tell you, oh shit, the dark ages, they'll show you, okay, they'll tell you, oh, look, King David looked just like David Dinkins. Shout out to David Dinkins and shit. Rest in peace and shit. He just died and shit. David Dinkins was a good ass mayor in New York and shit. David Dinkins was the shit. But they used to tell me, look, he looked like David Dinkins. And the nigga looked like David Dinkins in that fake ass picture they show you with that fake ass black, that fake ass. All right, I'm back. My bad. What I was saying. Yeah, like they'll show you those pictures and shit, and they not. Yeah, it was a photocopy of a drawing. It was a photocopy of a drawing. Can you guys hear me now? My audio good? Watch the video, bro. Watch the video. I show all the evidence. Half my videos I don't even be remembering this shit. So like that shit was a while ago. Like I got fucking almost goddamn 300 motherfucking videos and shit. But he said, "Nigga, I do." Who else did have? Wait, I lost some shit. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me scroll back up here. Got y'all shit. You can say I got the Papa Legba beard. See, I sleep. You can sleep better, motherfucker. Yeah, the slave trade happened. Yeah, it happened. That shit was over bread, motherfucker. That shit was about money. It was fucked up, but the shit was about business. That was business. It wasn't like them niggas is like just snatching niggas about the woods. Motherfucker Africans is bringing them motherfuckers to the niggas. I would say they probably, if they knew what was actually happening, they would have done it. But that white man been in motherfucking Africa before these slave trade even started. It wasn't like them niggas showed up. It was like, let me get them niggas and shit. Them motherfuckers been there. They done converted half of motherfucking Africa into Christianity before they even started doing that shit. New Testament ain't no different than Torah, no different than all that other shit. No motherfucker different. Teach you to be a better person. There ain't shit wrong with Jesus. Ain't nothing wrong with that man. Do you really believe that Elder Nathaniel was a reincarnation of one of the apostles from the Bible? Hell, motherfucker, no. And they believe that shit though. They not that Elder Nathaniel is, but they believe in reincarnation. They believe that Mashah was King David, and Tahar was Paul, and all that shit. They believe that shit. They even told us it. And when I was in IUIC, like I been knew that shit. I believe it too. But when they said that shit in the school, I was like, oh shit, these niggas actually still believe that shit. Like, oh shit. So they be talking about other camps, but they still got that belief of what was taught by Ariya Mashah and Yaiqua. They still got that belief. Don't get that shit twisted. But they throw their old spin on shit. Look at the Japanese. The Japanese was brought by ships. They were taken by ships. Look it up. Look it up. I'll do a video on that shit. I haven't done a video on that. I've been knew that. And know the Japanese wasn't Israelites either, nigga. And the Irish. The Irish was taken by ships to Greece for 400 years. See? They keep you away from history. Look it up. They had just as long as slavery than we did, if not longer. Let me see if I can look that shit up real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'll read that shit. Let's see if I can find that shit. Fuck up my clip. Irish slavery, Greece. Oh, a dude did a video on that. A dude did a video on it. A white dude. He was going at Tahar from GMS. Maybe I should show that. Oh, whoa. I can't. Hold on, let me see. This might be talking about something else. Oh, that's something else. Let me see the thing about the Greeks. Let's see if that's it. Nope, it's not up in here. All right, I'll get the video. Let me find a video on YouTube and shit. Message. It was a white dude and shit. He went in on Tahar and shit. Let me see if I can find that shit real quick. Irish slaves are See if that nigga pop up. I think it was called Message to Tahar. I think that's what it was called. Message, right. Oh, found him. Found him. Here we go. Here we go. I got him. Here it is. All right. Let me share my screen. Y'all check this out. So I'm coming out my ass. No goddamn facts and shit. Niggas hard on the motherfucker tonight. Motherfuckers hard on the motherfucker tonight. It's all good. I still fucks with y'all though. That's how Hebrew Israelites and shit don't be fucking with them. You're a heathen. You fucking heathen. We're gonna kill you. Even when I was an Israelite, I wasn't even on that bullshit. Check it out. I forgot how he said it and shit. I'm gonna get some more information.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to my channel. Saying it like it is.
Y'all niggas got to say
Today, I'm gonna say it like it is about Tahar. Who is Tahar? He's part of that GMS group.
That motherfucker
34th Street in Manhattan. And most of them are from Boston. Okay? And I'm putting you on blast today with the shit that you're trying to say that the Greeks about Alexander the Great, and that's it. You like to cherry pick. You don't like to say the whole story. You don't like to say the whole truth.
What did I just say? Didn't I just say that shit? I just told you.
Where I'm getting with this is that you left out a very...
Bro, I just told y'all that shit. Did I not just say that? That they'll show you some shit and then do the commentary to keep you from looking farther into the information, and they only go to you for the sources.
Important fact in history that the Greeks were, for 400 years, they were under slavery under the Turks. From the year 1453 till 1821. You left that. That's very important part, but it doesn't benefit you to say that. Because it will contradict other stuff that you say when you're preaching out there on the street.
Give me my motherfucking props. Hit that goddamn like button.
The Greeks were slaves. The key word is slaves. Before African Americans, the Greeks were slaves.
See, look. I just said that too earlier, Yehuda.
So you're trying to say that only the African Americans will. I
gotta get out of this.
What the Bible talks about, it talks about only the African Americans. Really not.
I gotta get on this.
The Greeks were slaves.
Yo, I gotta get on you. Because you tripping right now. And how is that a coincidence that I'm saying everything that you saying? I already said it earlier. You doing exactly what I said that Israelites do. You doing exactly what I said. I can give the answers that you given. I already know what you're gonna say. Because I've been doing it for 22 years. I was doing that shit. I know all the answers. I know how you get out of and how you like work around situations and shit. I know how all that shit works. I was in, I learned from House of David. I wasn't a member. Most of the camps I weren't members and shit. Oh, I forgot another one and shit I didn't mention. I saw it. At first, it was House of David, then Shiloh Research Group, then it was 12 Tribes, which Nathaniel was running at the time. Then it was ISUPK, the real one, not that Johanna shit. Then it was IUIC. Then it was Torah Knights. 6 in the 22 years. And I was in none of them longer than a year. So I was in the midst of the city. Know what I'm saying? That's what we used to call it. in the midst of the city. Well, tour nights I was down with 7 years. That's the longest I ever been in a group. And the other ones that because the situation of like transfer there in New York, I ain't going to New York every day to fuck with these niggas and shit like that. You can get mad all you want, but the facts is there. So now you telling me that I can't believe him just because of his race. I can't believe him. So that history is invalid. That's what you're telling me. That history is invalid just because he's white. That's what you're trying to tell me. Now, how idiotic is that? How crazy is that? You got to get your mind right. You got to get your mind right, bro. Yeah, you know why I went to 6? Because I was looking for motherfuckers that was real. That's simple. That's simple. That's real simple. You go to 6 because you kept seeing the bullshit. I don't sit around for bullshit. I know when a motherfucker's full of shit. And I leave. Because the shit ain't real. It's not true. That's simple. And one motherfucker say, oh, you went from Catholic camp. That's some shit some other motherfucker said. That's some shit from somebody else. If you didn't hear that from somebody else, that would have not been in your fucking mouth. That's the truth. That's the truth. Straight up. Oh, the nigga went from camp to camp to camp. They used to say that shit to IUIC. Oh, you go, don't watch those other videos that bug you out. Know what I'm saying? Because they don't want you to go to the other motherfucking group. Because when they see you fucking saying some bullshit and the other group is checking you. It's that simple. But let's finish up with this information and shit. Since you said there was no other nation that went enslaved by ships. That's what you said. Those words came out of your mouth. Look, I'm going to go right back up. I'm going to run back up. I'm going to have your shit on the board the whole time. Where is that? If you smart, you would erase that motherfucker. If you were smart, motherfucker. If you were smart, you would erase that motherfucker. All right, here we go. Then you said something about the ships. Now, I'm going to use this when you said my nigga. I'll use that one. My nigga. Oh, shit. The fuck is happening? Neither do you, nigga. You ain't go to the 4 corners of the earth either. What are you talking about? All right, there you go, right there. Boom. Now let me continue this. You watching this motherfucker. Keep telling y'all, motherfucker. See?
Before that, for 400 years, under the Turks, the Greeks were considered second-class citizens, and there was a head tax, which means if you didn't have the money to pay that tax, they'll behead you. They'll cut your damn head off. And there was beheadings going on back in those days when people didn't have enough money to pay that tax. That's why they called it the head tax. And they used to abduct babies, little Greek babies, and sail them across the water to Turkey and raise them over there and teach them the Turkish language and teach them the Muslim religion and turn them into warriors to fight other Greeks. Greeks fighting their own kind without even knowing that they were Greek to begin with.
See?
You want to...
What I just said about the Moors. The Moors is like the black motherfuckers on both sides. But the rulers of the Moors were fucking Arab and white people. Look it up yourself. Go find me a black fucking Moorish sultan. Go find me a black Moorish king or whatever the fuck. Go find one. I bet you won't find one. I look hard in the motherfucker.
I talk about some serious shit here.
I got all the pictures on that video, the paintings, and all that shit. Ain't none of them niggas is black. They was fucking Arab niggas sitting up on the horse with a bunch of ooga booga niggas and shit around them.
But you don't like to mention any of that because they'll contradict everything that you say. And it doesn't benefit you to say that.
That's right.
So maybe you knew the history or maybe not, but I'm setting the record straight right now that you like to cherry pick. And if there's something out there that doesn't benefit your agenda, you're not going to come out and say it anyways. So you like to say half-truths. You don't like to say the whole story, the complete story. And let's not get into the Greeks were under the German rule and a point in time where they had dictatorship down there.
And I'll light your ass up on that motherfucking Israelites in the four corners of the earth bullshit too. I'll light your ass up on that motherfucker too. Those motherfuckers that they found, Jewish people was in all those countries and saw the people in New Guinea, Papua New Guinea. Those motherfuckers wasn't no fucking Israelites. They just saw them practicing shit that looked like the shit they was doing. And they said, oh, y'all niggas might be Israelites. Or they didn't want to be around them heathen ass niggas. So they start teaching them niggas how to fucking do shit. I had videos on that. I gotta dig them all out and shit. I gotta find them like I found this. Well, those are gonna be a little harder than how easy I found this one. But all you gotta do is listen. You listen to the people talk, and they're gonna tell you that they're converts. They're converts. So now, if you want to say that those motherfuckers are four corners of earth, the niggas that's in China or the niggas in Papua New Guinea or the niggas in Cambodia or wherever the fuck, in India or wherever the fuck, why they practice Judaism, the shit that they had way back in the day, you see, they practice motherfucking Judaism. They don't practice no Hebrew Israelite bullshit. They practice like the motherfucking white Jews. Now, call me a lie. Call me a lie. Those motherfuckers got the challah bread, they light the candle, and all that shit. So stop.
And the genocide in the 1900s by the Turks again. That was left out, right? That stuff you guys don't like to mention, that stuff. So that's why I'm putting you on blast about that, because you're not telling the people the correct history. A lot of people know the history of the Greeks. Maybe you don't know it, but you can't go out there and teach false history.
There you go.
According to you, it's all about Alexander the Great because you have to cherry pick. And Alexander the Great, by the way, it goes BC. This is before Christ was on the scene. Everybody was conquering and ruling at those times. There was no Christ. There was no religion. There was no Christianity.
Hold on, one more thing to add to this shit too, and there wasn't no fucking Negro royals either, and it wasn't no nigga kings nowhere, motherfucking in Europe. There wasn't no Negro kings. These motherfuckers were descended from slaves. Charlotte was descended from a slave.
But you don't talk about the Greeks after Christ came on the scene. You don't like to say anything about
those niggas was doing parties and shit for the motherfucking English. The English was paying the African niggas to come in and play flutes and blow trumpets and fucking jester and all that shit. They was paying them good money, and they wasn't treating them bad. They was paying them good money. It was white people that was doing that shit, bringing the niggas this shit to Europe. Yo, niggas, sing that song and shit. I'll give you this money. Paying them good money. No motherfuckers wasn't no goddamn kings and queens in England. How these Hebrew Israelites to tell your ass, and these crazy Afrocentric motherfuckers. Show me a Negro motherfucking king.
About that, right? And you like to point out only that the African Americans were slaves, but the Greeks, who were 400 years slavery, plus they didn't own any plantations in the United States. There was no Papadopoulos in America during those times of the slavery in the United States. They didn't own any plantations. You're trying to blast all white people. You're trying to put all of them responsible when it was one particular nation. And the nation is the Anglo-Saxon English Americans who came to this country, who built those plantations. Their last names were Thomason and Williamson and Washington. There was no Papadopoulos.
I don't know about that. They might have been. I gotta look that up. Because there was Jewish slave owners and shit. There was motherfucking French, there were fucking German and fucking all types of shit. I don't know. I gotta look that shit up.
Last names. There was no Russians owning plantations. There was no Italians either. There was no Chinese. There was no Koreans. There was no Japanese. It was only one nation.
If you want to speak for the majority, yes, he's right.
And you're pointing the fingers when you're doing speeches on the street. You're pointing the fingers, but you don't know what nation that person. He's a shade of white, but you can't put him on blast. You don't know where he's from. You point the finger at any white person that looks white or kind of white, and you say, "Remember you enslaved us and all that." And you point, dude, you have no clue. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea. Yeah, you might be pointing the fingers by.
Bro, you are brainwashed. You said King James is black. Have you seen my videos on King James? Where I prove to the motherfuckers and shit what King James look like? Have you seen that shit? I'll play that shit after this nigga.
Accent at the right people, but you know the fingers that game point all the time, 100% where they're supposed to be pointed at. And don't give me that bullshit with Alexander the Great, and you're leaving out the part of 400 years of slavery under the Turks. You want to spin this around and say, well, it wasn't us. You might try to find some kind of way to say, well, it wasn't the African American that enslaved the Greeks. Yeah, we know that. The point is that there were slaves. In general, there were slaves for 400 years.
I got one for you, Yehuda. I got one for you. If the slaves that were brought from Africa, the first slaves brought from Africa were from the Congo, right? From sub-Saharan. The majority of the slaves brought to Americas was sub-Saharan. So if they were Israelites, meaning that they were in Egypt, slavery in Egypt, then they went into Israel, they went through Iron Age, Bronze Age, all that shit, right? Wheels, chariots, carts, and wagons, right? Why, when the white man went to sub-Saharan Africa and shit, they didn't know, the African people there didn't know what a wheel was until the white man showed them the shit in the 1800s. Explain that. They had no concept of the wheel. No concept of the wheel in sub-Saharan Africa. Upper Saharan and shit. Yeah. They knew about carts and wheels and chariots and shit like that. It also was a lot of mixing there. Like we know, the Spanish was in Northern Africa. You had the motherfucking Anatolians in Northern Africa. You had a whole bunch of different types of motherfuckers all through Upper Africa. All different types of races. The Arabs, the Romans, the Greeks, all the great civilizers, great leaders of civilized nations. But you go to the Sub-Saharan, they didn't know what a wheel was until the white man showed it to them. And the 1800s. We in the year 2000 right now. This was in the 1800s. Answer that for me. Figure that one out. Just like how they say the Native American Indians are Israelites. How did they leave fucking Assyrian captivity when they're already working with metals? Doing metallurgy. And a year and a half later, They supposed to be in America in the fucking Stone Age, working with rocks and sticks and bones and shit. And still no wheel. And still no wheel. Explain that. Explain that for me. Explain that. See, I got your number. See, I got your ticket, buddy. Wake your ass up. You gotta wake your ass up, nigga.
And then went through fucking hell for 400 years. So that's why I'm here to set the record straight that the Ha likes to say half-truths.
Yep.
He doesn't give you the other stuff. He doesn't let try.
See, if white people be having common sense, white people know how to think logically, like have some common sense and shit. These niggas paid attention in school, and a lot of it too they're born in that shit. A lot of white people and shit, like their parents are educated, the grandparents is educated and shit. So they're grown up in a different way of thinking than most African Americans in America that was coming out of slavery and stuff like that. So their education, they were sharper in school because they knew a lot of things way before our parents didn't even know. There was kids that knew shit, algebra and all types of shit. And where the black kid or the parents didn't know what the fuck that shit was. Because they was from the South. They ain't know nothing about that shit. They was working in fields, sharecropping and stuff like that. And then they heard things was good up in the North. And they migrated up here and was able to get a job.
Trying to let you know the other things that's not going to benefit him when he's giving speeches out there, and will not benefit his agenda that he's trying to push out there. And that's that. And that's why I'm putting you on blast. I'm going to conclude with this. And I'm going to leave an article for you to look at. And the thing about you like to talk about everything in the Bible. They found articles dating 300 years after Christ, the oldest scrolls. One of the oldest that they ever found. It happened recently. Where the number of the beast inside is 661. And they changed it to a 6 because so it looks better. And I'll find it and I'll include that too in there. So all the stuff that was originally in there, a lot of the stuff got changed anyways. And they can't really translate the Greek into English correctly 100% too. There's no way. There's no way they can do that. There's 100 translations in English to describe one single sentence in Greek. And they're scratching their heads trying to figure out what the meaning, which one is the correct one. So you can't say that everything in there, it can be off. Of course it's going to be off. Because it's not just the Greek language is different. One word can have 10 meanings. Like cosmos. You like to bring out that thing cosmos. Yep. Cosmos sometimes can mean the world, but cosmos can also mean the outside society in the town that you live in. So in Greek, cosmos can mean two things. Which one is the correct one? Exactly. Are you translating everything correctly?
There you go. There you have it. Let me get this shit on my channel. I gotta show this dude I gotta teach people over again. This shit. All this shit is, that's some real shit, Yehuda. All this shit I come up with, I get this information in 5 fucking minutes. 5 minutes I could dig out and come to the facts of this shit. 5 fucking minutes. 5 fucking minutes. Watch this. You're gonna learn tonight. You're gonna learn. James. So your King James is black. See if your King James is black. Here we go, right there. King James of Scotland was not black. Damn, I spent 44 minutes on that bitch. We don't need to do all that shit. Pause that. And I'm going to show you this one other thing here. We're going to go back to it. The New Testament false. The fucking Torah is false. Thinking the motherfucker never existed. Motherfucker. Just like the niggas in the new motherfucking Testament. Y'all bugging. Now you done switched it up. All right, so I thought they were spread to the four corners of the earth. Why ain't the Greeks fucking Israelites there? Why ain't the Japanese Israelites? Right? They got to be black. I mean, you were asleep, motherfucker. I'm showing you the fucking shit right here in front of your face. You looking crazy right now. And you answering just like a Hebrew Israelite. That don't prove nothing. But you show me some dumb shit and try to tell me that fucking King James is a fucking black man and shit, though. But you just said something different. Now look, see? This is what the Israelites do here. You see what the Israelites do? The Hebrew Israelite cult fucking flunkies? Look what they do. See what he put up? Just because the Greeks and Japanese went into slavery don't mean we not the chosen. Right? And now he's gonna turn around and say, oh, they could be Israelites. But they were brought to a land that neither them or their father didn't know. Right? So the Greeks didn't know about Turkey. The Greeks knew all about Turkey. So what about that? Y'all niggas is crazy, son. Y'all niggas is fucking buck wild with this shit, yo. Now watch this. Now let me show y'all this now. Let me show y'all this. What up, Frank? They ain't been no goddamn black king. Ain't no goddamn English. These motherfuckers is crazy. I watched it. Oh, I'll put the link up in here and shit. Everybody, oh, come on. Got the link. Put the link in the chat. Y'all want that smoke and shit, and y'all just want to talk shit with me. Y'all can come on in. Come on in. There we go. There go the link. There go the link. You didn't know about the land, but I thought the northern tribe came over here and knew about it. I thought we was already in the Americas and shit before Christopher Columbus. That what y'all nuts be teaching too. Y'all be teaching half and half shit. Like, y'all be bugging. Y'all be teaching half and half shit. Watch this. Now, here's another mind fuck the Hebrew Israelites used to do to me. There's another mind fuck right here. Watch this. "400 years under the Ottoman Turks." Look, they used to tell us that these was black people. We used to go, they used to show us these little books and shit when motherfuckers look black, right? Then we go to the library, we ask the librarian our books on the Dark Ages and all that shit, and we looking through the books. Can't find damn near no fucking niggas in that motherfucker. And the only motherfuckers we can find is motherfuckers that in our mind, we say, oh, that's a nigga right there. That's a look at the motherfucker on the right. Look, he got dreadlocks right there. Look, he got an afro. These are fucking white people, motherfucker. Stupid ass. Look at that skinny ass motherfucking nose. Fuck around with y'all niggas. Niggas crazy as shit. Look. I'm gonna put this link in the chat to give you the history on that thing that guy just talked about. Give y'all some daggers for y'all motherfuckers and shit, like beating up on these motherfuckers. Now I'm gonna go back and straighten out this King James shit for this dude here. Set y'all niggas on fire tonight. That bullshit. Yeah, that's the link for that. Go read that, Yehuda. I learned some real history. All right. Motherfucker, how you figure, nigga? You think those niggas is black that I'm showing? I just showed you on the screen. Now watch it get ethered down and shit. You be bad in the summer, bitch. You be calling me bitch and gay and shit in a minute. You a bitch. The motherfuckers be coming up in here. Bad the motherfucker. You a bitch. You gay. You gay. You fucking bitch. Who's high gonna kill you, brother? That's what niggas used to say back in the day. Who's high gonna kill you, brother?
Peace is killing.
The count you're not capable of taking care of yourself, let alone a whole congregation full of misguided souls.
Oh, there we go. Uh-oh, you in trouble now, buddy. Oh, buddy Roll, you in trouble now. See that? That's the picture, right? That's your Black King James. I'm stopping right there. Is that your Black King? Is that your Black Madonna? Nigga, stop. Fucking, is that your Black King James right there? We dealing with King James now. Don't go try to go to Madonna now. Is that Black King James? Is that Black King James, Yehuda? Crickets. Let's go.
This is a black man. This is an engraving.
See, what I'm saying here, that this is an engraving, right? And because I'm a printmaker, I'm a professional printmaker. So the image is engraved on a plate, right? And then ink is added to it. And when the ink, you get what you call, when ink hits the substrate that you're using, whether it's paper, whatever, right? You get something that's called ink gain. Like, so say if you screen printing, right, on t-shirts or something, when that ink, say you got a line and that line supposed to be a certain thickness, right? And when that ink hits that substrate, see, if you use the same screen to print on a piece of plastic and a piece of cloth and a piece of paper, you're going to get different amount of ink gain. The ink gain is when the ink spreads. So when the ink touches it, it's going to get bigger, slightly bigger. And when you got the fine cross hatching and stuff like that, with the ink gain, the image is going to look darker. But let's go on. I explained it. I don't know why I said it.
The engraving is from a man named Hendrik Hondius. See what I pronounced the shit right. Guys can go check him out.
Hendrik Hondius.
Yep, Hendrik Hondius. Right. Put that name in the chat so you guys can do your own research. Right. Boom. All right. Now you see here, this is the image on the left that they showed you. And you know, it can pass as a black man. You can kind of say that, right? And what you have to understand, this is an engraving, right? And then it's turned into a print. It's engraved on a plate, there's ink applied to it, and then it's pressed onto paper or whatever substrate that you use. When you deal with printing, you have a thing that you have to take in account. It's called gain.
Wait, hold on.
Like with today's printing, we use.
It says what? It says a reporter blocked me. Hey, let me put the link in. Let me try the link again. You got to make an account too. I believe. Let me put it back up in here. Mr. Frank from Facebook, right? I'll put it in your Facebook thing too. You got like a zillion motherfucking names and shit. Bigfacts, I think, is the one you're using now. I got like 100 of them motherfucking names for y'all. All right, hold on. All right, that's sent to your Facebook. See if that works, and I'll put it in the chat again too.
Halftones to create photographic images and stuff on paper, which is little dots. Some are larger, some are smaller, some are closer together, some are farther apart to create the contrast of light and dark and stuff in the image.
Your ass was probably on here talking shit. That's why I'm saying that. You was out here talking shit, and I probably blocked your ass and shit. See how easy this shit be? Niggas be telling on themselves and shit. See, see, you be up in here trying to troll niggas and shit. See, that's why you got all those goddamn accounts. You don't know how to go somewhere and act like civilized people. That's what happens. Let me see if I can unban you and shit. It's one of them motherfucking names. I have an idea who the fuck your ass is too. Motherfucker, I ain't stupid. All that shit. Now you looking crazy trying to come back as somebody else. You got caught.
When the ink hits the substrate, you get a thing that's called gain, which is when the ink touches the substrate, it spreads. So it's not a precise, sharp image that's engraved. The ink is going to bleed a little bit. So you're going to get things that spread farther apart. So, I mean, that the lines or the dots will be closer together, creating a darker image. So you can also get this with a photocopy.
Oh,
you can photocopy a photograph.
You see how the difference is? See the difference? It's just like taking a JPEG. A difference between a ping image and a JPEG image. It's the same thing. It's the difference between a ping and a JPEG. A ping file, you can stretch. That shit could be 1 inch by 1 inch. And you can stretch a ping file to its 12 feet by 12 feet. And that motherfucker gonna have the same resolution. But a JPEG, when you stretch it, is gonna lose its resolution. Same thing if you take a photo and put it in a photocopier. It's gonna lose resolution. And the more you photocopy it, the more resolution is gonna change, is gonna lose. Now you see that nigga wavy here and all that shit. That nigga got a shortcut. That is a fucking white man. Stop it. Stop it. You're looking crazy.
Right. And then you can take that out, put that copy in for the copy machine. Photocopy it again, and you will notice that the image will start to get darker and darker and darker. In this case, it's just really a bad blurred image. And it's funny that they only use this image on the left. So you guys can see this. Y'all can see it. Now you see it. Now, I'm going to show you the image again. Right here, right? This right here now is the original. This is the original image. Now, as you can see here, I showed right here, same image. That is clearly a Caucasian man. You can see his hair, his thin hair, his in the front of his head, right? And we're here, you can't see it. Right? So look how blurred the image is. It's just like a JPEG.
Let me know if it works now.
Do you know that you download photos and stuff like that? You can't stretch a JPEG. You can stretch a PNG file, A pedophile will keep his resolution no matter how big you make it. But a JPEG will get blurred. It will get pixelated as you increase it. As you increase the size of the image. As we can see here, this is the blurry version that only Hebrew Israelites use. Now, go on these Hebrew Israelite sites, these Hebrew Israelite videos, these Hebrew Israelite blogs, and you will see only this image. Only this image that's on the left. You will never see the image that's on the right, which is the clear image, showing that this man is a Caucasian. Right? King James is white, engraving by this engraving here. This is tried to use, right? As you can clearly see close up, that this man is a Caucasian. You can see his beard, you can see the waves and the thinness of his beard. It's not a curly, bushy beard. Right? By Salman Van de Passe. This is the image the Afrocentrics are using to make James Bond. Right? Now, also, got some more images for you. Look at here. This image here.
What are you gonna do now?
Is a image of King James in 1601 at the Spoons and Perch number 3 lodge.
What's that? Yehuda, you got some answer. You gotta answer some shit. Lord, how I sound like Angel? Now, I'm showing you the information. King James was a Mason. This is the painting. This painting is still in that lodge. That painting is still in the original lodge that it happened in. And you see King James right there, going through his initiation. How I hate my people when I'm sitting here telling you the truth, nigga. So how I hate my people. You see? That what Hebrew Israelites do now. That what y'all do. Next is gonna be like, you a bitch, you gay. You see? And all I'm doing is showing you the truth, and you mad at me. So what? Actually, this is all white people lies now. This is white people lies. This shit happened before goddamn slavery. Motherfucker, what the fuck is you talking about? This happened before we even got to the goddamn Americas and shit. That painting old as a motherfucker. How I hate it. Explain that. Now, I'm going to ask you, what does your book say about bearing false witness and slander? What is about you, Hebrew Israelite? What does the Torah say about slandering and bearing false witness? But y'all say King James wrote the Bible, he a black man and shit. So he righteous that. And they also say that because King James is a black man, the Most High put the spirit on him for him to translate the book. See? You telling me, what does the book say about slander and bearing false witness, sir? You telling me that I hate my own fucking people? Where did you get that situation from? Where did that come from? Show me the proof and evidence. You know what I said? No, sir. That's not an answer. That's not an answer. You made a claim on me. Now you're going to have to explain it because you're a follower of the Torah. So if you don't explain it, that means God hates you. Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahweh, however you want to put it, hates your ass because that's what the book say. You have to show witnesses and have proof. You don't have any proof and you don't have any goddamn witnesses. And the witness is going to have to see something where I hate my own people. So you can apologize. You can apologize it should be all good. If not, if you don't, the judgment is on you, not on me. It's on you, not on me. Your actions affects your salvation. Your actions, not my actions. My actions don't affect your salvation. Your actions affect it. I'm a real nigga. I'm a real motherfucker. I'm a real motherfucker because I'm telling you the goddamn truth. And I'm showing it to you right on the fucking screen. Right in front of your eyes. So what it never exactly. And that's who you are, a Hebrew Israelite, cult member. Exactly. Now let it be. You can't work out if you're not being righteous. You're not a righteous person. So you should take your Huda off in Israel or whatever. You should take that shit off your screen name and just use your regular old name or nickname or whatever the fuck. Because if that God is real and you believe it is, that nigga hates your ass. He hates you. He hates you. It don't matter about me. I got to deal with my sense of salvation. But I'm telling you, you believe that book. You believe that God and the people is real. So now I'm showing you none of the shit you say and hold up in court. What I'm showing hold up in court. What I'm showing you hold up in court. See how easy this shit is? This shit is mad easy. Mad easy for me. I can go through your whole doctrine to do the same shit. And none of y'all can come against it. None of y'all can come against it because it's the truth. You can't come against none of this shit. The books that prove all things.
Lodge number 3. The Masonic Lodge in Scotland. And what this image is an image of King James kneeling for his Masonic initiation. With all the rest of them called King James. And this original painting, way live day. That's right, y'all. Get the fuck on out of here.
See? They even mad in this screen I'm showing y'all. They mad in this screen. You a bitch, you gay, you son of a bitch, killer bee.
They take the heat. Oh, damn, we got a lot of motherfuckers. All right. What we got here? Rennie says, I know that image well. It is not King James. Right, that stupid thing right there, I don't know why that's there, but we can get rid of that right there. All right. Joshua Milton. Thank you very much. Yup. He says, yup, that one of the image there they have shown me.
Smoking your ass tonight. How am I proving shit, nigga? I'm showing it to you on the fucking screen, nigga.
I was in the Hebrew Israelite code.
Names and all the fucking sources. You can look it up yourself. It takes 5 minutes. No. Because the Most High hates a liar. He hates a slander. He hates bearing false witness. He hates
Germanic.
They say that.
Check out my more. Check out my more.
There you go. Big facts in the building and shit.
I caught. Check put the link in later.
I caught tonight. Caught lacking. Which one the general, baby? If you don't know, you find out. Goddamn, which one the general? Well, nothing over on me. Big facts in the building. Big facts. Big facts in the building. What's happening? What's happening, big facts?
Facts in the building.
You hear me?
God damn.
What's good, my people? What's good, y'all? Yeah, I'm out here, man. You real niggas and shit. Yo. Yo, you know what's why I sound like that? Hold on.
You gotta turn off the video. Turn off the video. You can hear it through the app. Turn off the YouTube video.
Yo.
All right, you good now.
All right, good. Yeah, yo, you know what's crazy though, bro? I was talking about it was mad as fuck when I was talking about how Vespucci, Amerigo Vespucci, in a letter 1520, he described the natives, right? When he got confronted by the natives as barbaric individuals who observes no sort of law and live according to nature. Had no house of prayer and had no customs. Meaning these people, they had no law. So they wasn't sticking to their laws. And they was living according to nature. He described them as polytheistic people. So it says, what the fuck are Hebrews polytheistic?
Yup. I did a video on the religion Palo Mayombe in Cuba, right? And it talks about, I did a video on Palo Mayombe in Cuba, right? And it talked about the indigenous Indians in Cuba. They were necromancers. They would take their and these was the Iraq Taino Indians, what people want to talk about. They used to take their dead, put up some of their bones.
Absolutely.
Yup. And hang it up in the corner of the house or like on the front, of the living place. And they would give it offerings. They would ask it questions and all types of shit.
I just popped up. I just got access to his letter right now. And Vespucci, I'm gonna read it if you don't mind. It says Vespucci describes the natives as barbaric individuals who observe no sort of law and live according to nature. The people are portrayed as cannibals who eat the flesh of war captives and wages war against other tribes. Children are fought to fight and kill, and women, when given the opportunity, were urged by excessive lusts. They defiled and prostituted themselves. The people are portrayed as unorganized and weak, with bow and arrows as weapons and no armor to protect themselves. And in addition, throughout the letter, Vespucci also describes the abundance of resources available. He speaks about the fertile hills, mountains, rivers, springs, and forests. He recounts the roots and herbs the natives use to care for diseases and prolonging their lives. He also described the immense uncultivated trees that yields fruit and seeds that he has never seen before. Most importantly, Vespucci informs of the vast amount of gold and pearls that the natives hold no value to. Vespucci's descriptions of the unorganized barbaric people and abundance and resources are an invitation for others to come claim all these riches awaiting them. That's not Hebrew.
Oh, no way, shape, form, or fashion.
He did not come across Hebrews when he came to the Americas. Now I'm talking about Amerigo Vespucci.
Check out
Americas are named after.
Check out how silly this shit is. Because Deuteronomy 28 tells them that they're gonna lose all their history. They're not gonna even know they're Hebrew Israelites. But how the Hispanic Israelites confirm that they Israelites? They'll go to Native American history and stuff like that, and they'll try to say, "Oh, look, they're wearing fringes. Oh, look, they saying Yahweh, Haya. Look, they doing this, doing that. This was in the Bible, but the Bible tells you if when they go over there, they ain't gonna know who the fuck they is. So how they confirming this shit? And the niggas is writing Hebrew. They show them bullshit ass.
And not only that, but which one of their ancestors speak Hebrew? I'm talking about blacks and natives. Which one of their ancestors speak Hebrew?
None.
Who told you you're a Hebrew Israelite? You know what I'm saying? It says in their book. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I'm gonna pull up a verse that it says, "Refer to your ancestors, for they will tell you." Now, Which one of your ancestors told you a fucking Hebrew?
Now, that's good.
Tell me a dish. They can't even tell me a dish.
This dude,
what you eating on Passover?
Yep. I
see y'all niggas eating coke. I see y'all niggas eating ham and cheese sandwiches all day. Where's the laws?
And you know what? Know what's even crazier? All the Hispanics are living through Caucasian Europeans and Africans. They're living in the bodies of Europeans and Africans. These motherfuckers practicing Santeria. They practicing all this shit.
Every fucking religion and system that don't belong to them.
Yeah.
Like, you know what's crazy, bro? You know, I don't know if you know about in New York, they have the Juve.
Juvain, I never heard that.
The Juve, yeah, it's from 12 midnight to like 5 in the morning, and it's a festival. However, it derives from when first they wasn't allowed to participate in this festival back in the 1500s. It would sound like a Mardi Gras type shit, but they wasn't allowed to participate in it. And also what the slave masters would do on that very night is they would put the slaves to go to the corn. They would light fire to the cornfields, and then whichever slave comes up with the least amount of corn, they get burned alive.
Damn.
So on let me see. So I'm gonna tell you the day of the Juve. It just passed, but every year there's a celebration down Brooklyn, down Flatbush Avenue or down Atlantic Avenue, one of those fucking avenues, and there's a whole bunch of shootings. Niggas is getting shot. You got the gangs at war in this parade. You got women getting raped in this parade / festival. And these fucking people 200-300 years ago wasn't even allowed to participate in this type of shit.
Wow. Shit.
So why y'all celebrating something that you're celebrating a festival of your fucking oppressor? They will kill y'all on this very day.
Yep.
And here y'all go celebrating the shit and still acting out the ways of your oppressor. All this shit comes from your enemy. So I try to imagine, all right, so if somebody is praying for freedom, right, and success, and another person is worshiping the same God as you, asking for your oppression and for you to be a good slave, who you think that God what prayer you think that God's gonna answer? You or his chosen one? How the fuck does that work? How do you worship the God of your fucking enemy and expect your prayers to be answered?
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Does that shit make sense?
Nope. It don't make no sense.
One nigga asking for freedom and the other asking to oppress your ass.
Yep.
You think that God's gonna favor you and set you free and shit on his child, his chosen one? God don't love nobody but niggas from Israel. And that's not you. If you black, if you native, how the fuck are you related to people over there? How the fuck did they get here, first of all? Yep. How did they get here about 1,500 years ago? When the first boat that crossed Atlantic and Pacific wasn't designed to the 1500s.
Yep.
So how did you get here? This is not when you're dealing with the Bible, you're not dealing with transatlantic slave trade. You're dealing with 550 BC or 700 BC. You're dealing with almost 1,500 years ago. You're dealing with people that didn't even fucking leave their land. You know what I'm saying? And then they like to say, oh, they were spread it all over the fucking earth. No, they wasn't, because America wasn't even discovered to these people during that time period. So when they're talking about the earth, they're not talking about America. They talking about the Middle East, from Israel down the Arabian Peninsula. That was their land. That's all they knew. America wasn't discovered yet. So when they talking about the world, America's not included in that shit. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and then I try to, you know, I see the cultural expansion from Israel, from Israelites to the Arab people. That's why Arabs, they participate, and their belief is Abrahamic too. Because you see the cultural expansion when Israelites fled Babylonian captivity, they went east.
Yeah.
They weren't landed among the Arab people.
Yep. That's what I
see. Now, Allah is not very different than Yahweh. You see the cultural expansion.
Yeah.
It's just different people, different translation. Yep. You know what I'm saying, bro?
You're absolutely right.
I see evidence of them going east, because they went east. And when you're dealing with the Bible, you're dealing with primary West Asia. That's what Israel's West Asia. That's part of West Asia. So east, and you keep going more east, but you cross the Euphrates River.
Yep.
It would have landed you among Kuwait, the Arabs. You ain't fucking go north. You ain't go west. You went east. And again, America was not discovered during that time. So when they say you went among the four corners of the earth, they mean the Middle East, because that is what was earth to them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
Oh, that Israel was the middle of the earth. We were talking about the middle. So anything outside of that will be the corners.
Exactly. We wasn't no America. And also, another thing is a denouncement of their ancestors.
Yep.
Because when you're dealing with people native to this land, in America that we in now,
yep,
you have people here 15,000 years ago.
Yeah. Yep.
Dealing with the Cassimiroid people. You got the Solidoid people, the Assiniboine people. All those people were early migrations that started 50,000 years ago from Siberia or the Bering. From, you know what I'm saying? It went down, crossed that ice bridge. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and this is what they say. You know what I'm saying? Crossed the ice bridge, and they hit what was called now Canada, down to North America and into the South Americas. And that happened 15,000 years ago. So when you say that you went to a place where no land has dwelt, you're denouncing your ancestors, nigga, because your ancestors was here 15,000 years ago. So how was it America how is America Azareth? And they don't even say niggas went to Azareth, they went through Azareth.
Yep. And how they leave Assyria working with metals, right?
Yeah.
They went east. In a year and a half, they wind up in America.
A year and a half. So even, you know what? So even if they want to say, okay, but it was people from Asia that went to, you know, Central Asia, then all the way to East Asia, and then into, I believe it's Russia, and then into Canada, that would have took 15, 20,000 years.
Yep. Now,
That's not 150. That's not a year trip, bro. A trip that takes a year and a half, bro.
Yep. And they ain't swim. So if that means they would have to build boats, and they would have had to make sails. They couldn't roll across the Atlantic or the motherfucking Pacific. They ain't gonna roll across that motherfucker. So,
and where in history, and where the fucking history can another civilization subscribe to seeing the ocean waters being held up?
There you go.
Never. That had never happened nowhere in fucking history. Now you have ancient civilizations that subscribe to floods.
Yep.
But not no fucking waters, ocean waters at that. The Atlantic and Pacific Ocean being held up for people to cross it. Yep. 150, a year and a half. Some civilization would have recorded that.
You motherfuckers is crazy.
So it's all just fallacious, bro. It's all fallacious, man.
And how they leave working with metals, leave a seal, and when they get to America, they working with bones and stones and shit.
Right. And just like America Vespucci, remember how Vespucci said he was like they had bows and arrows, but no armor.
Yep.
But mind you, they was already dealing with metal, so where's your armor at?
Yep.
What if Vespucci or Columbus, or Verrazano, even Verrazano, I'm gonna go up to his description of the natives. Wouldn't they have said they were able to communicate because they were speaking Hebrew? They had Hebrew sailors too. Columbus had a couple of Hebrews with him. Vespucci had Hebrews with him, and none of them was able to communicate. Why? They ain't speak the same language. So where's the expansion? There's no linguistical expansion. There's no cultural expansion. Also, natives ate a lot of beaver, a lot of buffalo.
Yep, rats.
What else they ate? They ate a lot of shit that crawled.
Yep.
A lot of shit that had 4 legs.
In Cuba, they was eating rats.
They gotta abominate that?
Their staple food was fucking water rats.
Right.
That was their staple food. That's shit that they ate every day.
Right. Israelites not allowed to eat that shit.
Talking about they some Israelites and shit. These niggas is crazy.
It's fallacious. Everything.
What up, Turok? What's happening? I ain't see you in here in a minute. Yeah, man, that shit crazy, yo. You niggas is fucking wild, yo.
Fuck
now,
and then they like to talk about the Los Lunas tablets. Nigga, that shit is pseudo. Los Lunas tablets. Let me tell you something. The Los Lunas tablets does not share the same water erosion that all the artifacts around it have.
Right.
So, and also, anyone that know ancient Hebrew is going to be able to distinguish the Greek letters, the Phoenician alphabet, from the ancient Hebrew alphabet on those same fucking tablets.
Yep.
So why is there Phoenician and Greek letters in these tablets if it was written by Hebrew almost 1,500 years ago? Where's the water erosion that all the other artifacts around it have? Why do they have water erosion? Pseudo.
Yeah.
All places is all pseudo. Y'all niggas can't even genetically connect to people from the Middle East. Y'all, especially black Hebrew Israelites, y'all are a result of the transatlantic slave trade. Y'all niggas didn't even exist before that. Y'all DNA shows Sub-Saharan, African, European.
Yep.
Y'all not from the Middle East. I don't see no East Asian. I don't see no West Asian. I don't see no Middle East. That's why y'all scared of DNA tests. Y'all don't take DNA tests because there's no way to prove your self-proclaimed identity. Y'all know identity crisis.
My boy Malak was up in here earlier. He said he proved he an Israelite through DNA. I'm like, how the fuck you got proved through DNA when they didn't even find no source of any motherfucking Israelite ever on earth?
Right, not even from the Middle East, yo. That's why I said the middle. Where's your Middle East marker at? Where's J1 marker at?
That shit's
crazy. Where's J2 marker at? Y'all E1B1A ass niggas. Fuck out of here. Yo, 2 minutes, bro. 2 minutes, you heard?
Yo, shit is wild, yo.
Yo, I need 2 minutes, brother. I'll be back.
All right, okay. Yeah, Turok, if you want to come in, I'll put the link in there. Yehuda's scared to come up in here. I got something for you, your ass again, Yehuda, because you keep bearing false witness on me and shit. So you said, where's the shit at? Where the shit at? Where the shit at? Don't say I ain't like you and shit. I gotta show the evidence and shit. I gotta show the evidence. I ain't like you. We bullshit the people and shit. Yeah, why bring Hebrew interpret? Oh shit, Turok in the building. He said, "Where that shit at?" This nigga said to me this shit. Yo, what's up, Turok? What's going on?
Big up to everyone, man. Yeah, man. Happy holidays and things like that. Big up to the family across the waters.
What's going on?
Boy, I see that brother dropping some knowledge there, and certain things like that. But yeah, just come to see where that brother's coming from, because obviously the first Americans were Polynesian folks, and they found the bones of Luzia in Brazil, that's over 20,000 years old. Also, they found bones which they don't want to even look at. It's called the Guadalupe woman, which is supposed to be the cement around it is supposed to be about 28,000 years and certain things like that. So a lot of the people are finding out that America is actually the original old world instead of the new world.
Old world, new world.
This original old world instead of what they call the new world.
I'm trying to grasp that one. So, are you saying that like the Americas was the first place populated before everywhere else?
Well, a lot of people have came to the conclusion that there's certain people of the Americas that are only closely related to people of Asian descent.
Right, right.
So we're separate people.
The Asians were the first to sail here.
No, they sailed here, but we was already here.
They were the first people that had ocean-bearing ships. People had like sea-bearing ships, but they said the Asians was the first to have ocean-bearing ships that could go through the ocean, because the ocean totally different than the sea. Like you get out there in the Atlantic, that's some whole other shit going on and shit. But
I can agree with that, but in the Americas, we've always had a culture of boats. We've got the materials to make boats.
Right.
Also, the same thing with Polynesian people or Melanesia. They're boat making people.
And that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. The motherfuckers had to get a boat or something to get their asses there. So that would be a major part of their culture is to be like, use boats and stuff. There was one thing, one of my guests, Siberius, told me the other day, and he showed me the information. I wish I had it. I would put it up on the screen. But South America, it was showing how they had like the Asian DNA, and at the southern western side of South America, they had Aborigine DNA.
100%.
That was real interesting and shit. That was super interesting.
No, because even the explorers that reached over to the Americas, they always said that the Deep South, the Caribbean and South America, they classified it as Negra de Terra. Negra meaning black, terra meaning land, like Mauritania or Mediterranean. Terrania meaning black, land. So they always called the Americas Negra de Terra, meaning the land of black people.
Wow. So, I see you at the Olmec. Do you believe that Olmecs were of African descent?
Well, this is the thing. You have to actually find out who is an African and who is a Nubian. But they have Africans and they have Nubians, right?
Yeah, I guess you say. I would say the Nubians would be the people of the. If I don't know what was going on in Africa, like kind of thing in my head. I don't got no proof for that shit, but I would say that people were populating all these lands and stuff like on their own. Like I don't think that much. Like with Africa, for instance, the West Africans, I don't think like it all started in one corner of Africa and then they all moved out and ended up on the West Coast and stuff like that. I think some people was there a long time ago, like just as long as the Nubians was where they at.
But you know, Nubians can also be what they classify as Ethiopian, Kenyan,
the sub-Saharan African, also, I would say.
Yeah, but if we go by DNA now, the people of East Africa's DNA is much older than the people in the West or Southern.
Okay, I don't really know nothing about DNA. Tell you the truth.
I'm just saying, like, if we were to go by those sort of things, and like also, we have to look at the majority of the people on the west coast of Africa. They actually migrated from the east into those regions.
Right.
So these people only reached there about 2,000 years ago. Our people have always been in the Caribbean or the Deep South or Central or South America.
Because they said the Arawak Indians were originally in, what was that, Central America, like Yucatan area or something like that. And
there was all the way up. There was even in Florida. There was parts of maybe on the coast of Louisiana. You might have a few.
Yeah.
But the Caribbean and South America and bits of Central America, yeah.
Huh. Yeah, that stuff is interesting, man. Like the people, they migrate out and stuff like that. But with Africa, I was coming to a conclusion that Northern Africa was such a mixture of people. And where
realistically, Europe should actually be classified as Africa.
What? Yo.
He's back.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
So you trying to say that people in Europe derive from people from Africa?
What's the difference from a Nubian and an African?
Between a Nubian and being a Nubian is being part of Africa, but being a European is not being part of Africa. It's a big difference there. You know what I'm saying? When you want to talk about DNA,
well, brother,
when you're dealing with Europe, you're dealing with a DNA marker R1B. E1B.
My brother, in Jamaica and New York, they share the same time, right? They're on the same time zone, Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
Right now, it's 9:10 in the UK, London. It's the same time in Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, and all the west coast of Africa, all the way down to South Africa. So my point is that Europe is like the cooler parts of Africa because the Mediterranean is also part of Africa. When you go underneath the Sahara, this is Nubia now.
Okay. All right, but you gotta understand something, brother. When you're dealing with time zones, you're not dealing with race. You're not dealing with you're not even dealing with equatorial zones.
That's equatorial zones.
Europe is not the same, not even the same equatorial zone as Africa. So you got different climate. Europe, Asia, even North Africa doesn't share the same climate as sub-Saharan Africa. So my point is you're going to have different people because now you're dealing with different immunology. You're dealing with different food supply. You're going to be dealing when you have that, you're dealing with different culture. You're dealing with different people. The people, everybody's fucking different. You got the wildlife where you have the bird family has the eagle, the falcon, the vulture, and you got the ape family, and you got the monkey family, got chimpanzees, orangutans. As my point is, they're all different species, but they're all animals. The same way as humans. We're humans, but we're all different.
Brother,
humans are made as
there's only 12 miles of water, but parts Spain away from Morocco.
Now I
understood.
Hold on one sec. I see where you're going, and that's kind of like what I was just saying earlier. How you got the Northern Africa was like people was coming over this motherfucker longer than a lot of people think. Like you got the Anatolians, you got the people in Turkey, like all that whole region and shit like that, and Greece and stuff. They was coming over to Africa. They was coming in and checking shit out and look, all the names of these places in Africa, in Northern Africa, were named after the Greeks. So that's what
Exactly.
Yeah,
So-
even at one point, Africa was, Morocco. It was named Africa.
Yeah.
Before the whole Ethiopia was named Africa.
No, it's called Libya.
But
But in North Africa, in Morocco was once called Africa.
No, Tunisia. Tunisia was called Africa. Tunisia, Africa.
All right, I mean, same different, same shit. But my point is, they all different people. When you're dealing with North Africans,
No,
you're dealing with
think about it.
You're dealing with E1B1B. Now, E1B1B
Italians.
name markers indigenous to North Africa, but it also is an expansion from the Middle East.
Yeah,
Because
but my point is,
something, brother, North Africa wasn't always habitable. North Africa was once underwater. They say that this shit was a forest, but at the end of the day, what is under the ocean? Sand. And that's what's left now in North Africa is sand.
yeah, because it's dry.
It wasn't always habitable. So people, what they was called hunter-gatherers that came in from West Asia, because you could see the cultural expansion through the pottery. The pottery, they're finding skeletons and shit that's buried underneath that contain pottery and all that shit. That's what those values to them, the pottery. And it's the same pottery as people from the Sumerians, from the Assyrians, from the Akkadians. You can see the pottery is the exact same shit. So you can see the expansion from West Asia into North Africa. Why? Because it's the same climate. It's the desert.
No, the Berbers have always.
The jungle.
Let
the Berbers. Even the word Berber is an ancient Sanskrit language. As you said, it always goes back to the east. The word Berber or Bara means desert or dry land. So Berber just means place of dry land. Those people have always been in that region. So if you look at Italy, Spain, these are just Christian Arabs. A lot of the first woman of Europe comes from Turkey. Turkey's in the middle of what we know as Asia and Northeast Africa.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I say something real quick? Since you mentioned Christians, because someone on the comment board, they was like, all right, so why is that Columbus had Hebrew interpreters? Their purpose wasn't to interpret. There was converts. So there was once Hebrews that converted to Christianity. So they was rolling with Columbus on his voyage. They wasn't there to interpret. I just wanted to say that because you reminded me when you mentioned Christianity. I just wanted to answer someone's question on the board. Yeah, so they were the Hebrews was there because there was converts. However, they knew the language. Yeah, and actually Columbus, he actually came over here looking for the 12 tribes.
This is what I'm about to say.
He didn't find them.
He found them.
Go ahead.
He found the Arawak people, and I got a script on it where the Hebrew interpreters, even the word Arawak in Hebrew means meal maker. Even Puerto Rico, Boriken or Borak, it means Borak in Hebrew. So he's noticed even the Arawaks, they pray to a god called Yahya. And Yahya, the main god, has a son called Yahya El. So when they notice all of the similarities, what we have to the Hebrews, and certain things, they depicted us or classified us as the lost tribe of Israel. This is why America or the Americas was always known as the promised land.
Okay, but you understand that the Arawaks also had Yahya, but they had about almost 50 other gods.
No, one god.
In correlation to Yahya. So again, the Arawaks were not monotheistic. They were polytheistic themselves.
Yahya is the supreme creator.
Okay, but you got to understand that in the commandments, you shall not worship no other God but me. So along with Yahya, they had Dios Sol, they had Kemi, they had Kahuba, they had Abundancia. They had a lot of other gods besides Yahya. So they were lonely.
Kahoba?
What's up, brother?
What's Kahoba?
Kahoba is also another Taino god. So again, you're still dealing with other Taino gods. You're not dealing with a
What god
monotheistic
was he?
belief.
Are you talking about Baba Marakoti?
Say that
That's the
again,
same
say that
person.
again, brother.
Are you talking Baba Marakoti?
Those
That
are
is basically that is Yaya.
that's understood
That's it.
because they also have what
That's
we
his full
call a
name.
trinity. However,
This is
beyond that, however, it wasn't even really talking about a supreme God. All
it
this was
was
in correlation to nature.
Yaya is the supreme creator,
They,
and you have
being a
Mother
Hebrew
Earth, what they
Israelite,
call.
you're not allowed to worship the moon, the sun, the stars. That's a form of nature. So again, I still don't see the concept, the Hebrew concept and system being practiced by the Arawaks. There's too
This is
many
why this is
inconsistencies.
why
One, they was polytheistic. Two, they worshiped nature. Why? Because they had an understanding of the planet and the functions around it, the functions that make us divine, divinity.
yeah, but my point is, my brother, even the other people who came there, they classified the Caribs or the Arawaks as cherubims. And even all over Europe, you see they depict the black Caribs, the Arawaks, as black baby angels. Even there's a film from Disney called Road to El Dorado, and they're showing you with the Mayans and the Incas, and they're showing you the Caribs, and they classify the Caribs as cherubs. And you can go back in etymology now, where the first word of cherub or Carib comes from. It comes from either the Zoroastrians or the Sumerians. The word Carib. The Carib is like a lion head with wings. You see all of these things in like Mesopotamia and all these types of things. So when they saw our people in the Caribbean, like when we dress up for carnival with our feathers and all these types of things, this is how they depicted our people. Even in the Hindu text, it talks about seeing the Yamasee people. And the Yamasee people, I think, was supposed to be in Florida, or maybe they moved and certain things like that. So there is connections, and even proof that people from East India used to connect with the Mayans and the Incas and the Aztecas.
Yeah, that's real good information. However, I don't see the correlation to Hebrew Israelite belief system. I still don't see the expansion.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
my
a major,
brother,
that's a
yeah,
major problem.
the point is the Israelites have fell from grace in it, so they're not going to be practicing everything to the T. But I'll try and get you this thing. Basically, it shows you where even the Cherokee people and other people where they pray to or they sing reverence Shema, and there's a song or called Shema where the Israelites sing.
Peace, Killer B back at your ass. Again,
All right, go ahead. My bad.
I'll try to find this thing.
If you have something you want to share on the screen, just let me know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out where the word you're saying. So the Arawak name, the name Arawak, was a Hebrew name.
Yeah, it means a meal maker.
You said that Arawak is a Hebrew. You said is a Hebrew name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
it's a Hebrew word for meal maker.
Now, there in that book, Lost Tribes of the Promised Land, or some shit like that.
Can I say one more thing? Can I say one thing, brother?
My
bad. I just don't want to go to another topic. But let me tell you something. The term Arawak was actually originally applied by Europeans.
No.
Arawaks didn't even go by Arawaks. They went by Locono.
No.
Yeah, they did. The Arawaks went by Locono before that term Arawak was given to them by the Europeans. Then Columbus gave them the Taino. But even Taino and Arawak, you're still not dealing with an original name from people that was indigenous to this land.
Taino,
That's still Pseudo.
what we called ourselves was Amaru. Amaru in the Taino and the Garifuna language mean you. So if I need to say, oh, cool, Amaru, you over there, I have to call you Amaru and things like that to call you. What happened with Columbus and them man there? In the Arawaka language, we say, for me, like mine, we say Ni, Tieno, meaning my people. In the Garifuna, we say mi indenu. So this is where the corruption of our language gets corrupted. When we call ourselves Taino, what we used to call ourselves is either the hummingbird people or a certain tribe of people, in a sense like that.
I just looked up Arawak, and I was going to share the screen here. We get it up. Here.
And see if Arawak was an original Arawakian name. It wasn't. It was applied from the Europeans. Arawak. So even you know, my point is the name Arawak, since they didn't go by that name, whatever is the definition of Arawak, it's still pseudo in a way, because these people that you or Europeans call it Arawak did not refer to themselves as Arawaki, as Arawak.
Yeah, it's the language you speak is called Arawakan or Waronaku. Waronaku. This is where they even get mixed up with a Lokono. It's Waronaku, the language.
What was the original names for the people, for the so-called Arawaks?
You have different tribes. You have the Wayu, you have the Wari, you have the hummingbird tribe.
Right, exactly. They didn't even have a name as a whole. It was just like the way Africa was. Like before Africa, you had thousands of tribes, and that's all it really was. It was a whole bunch of people living in one continent that were different tribes. There wasn't no borders here. There wasn't a concept of borders and countries and nations. That's all European concepts. So to know who the fuck is really an Arawak, what were these people named before they was given away word Arawak, it's kind of fuzzy. Because they didn't speak the languages. They didn't speak the same language.
They did. They all speak an Arawakan language or a Karina language.
So the Europeans was able to communicate with the Arawaks in a similar language.
But this is what I'm trying to explain to you, my brother. The Mayans and the Incas language, it goes even all the way back to Sanskrit. That's how the connections were made, because even Latin and a lot of indigenous language, even African one, all goes back into Tamil Nadu or Sanskrit. And we know that there's an Indian connection that came over later on.
Now check this out. Let me read this. It says, Arawak are a group of indigenous peoples of South America and the Caribbean. Specifically, the term Arawak has been applied to various times to the Lokono of South America and the Taino, who historically lived in the Greater Antilles and Northern Lesser Antilles in the Caribbean. All these groups spoke related Arawak. The term Arawak originally was applied by Europeans, specifically to the South American group who self-identified as Arawak are Huoko or Lokono. The Arawak language is the name of the overall Arawakan language family. Arawakan speakers in the Caribbean were also historically known as Taino. The term means relatives. The Spanish assumed some islanders used this term to distinguish their group from neighboring island Caribs. There's no citation either. In 1871, ethnologist Daniel Garrison Britton proposed calling the Caribbean populace Island Arawak due to their cultural and linguistic similarities with the mainland Arawak. Subsequent scholars shortened this convention to Arawak, creating confusion between the island and the mainland groups. In the 20th century, scholars such as Irving Ross resumed using Taino for Caribbean group to emphasize their distinct culture and language. So, and when you were saying how it was Hebrew, a lot of explorers and stuff named, like how they named certain places after biblical places. And they would give it these names and stuff like that. Like you said, like talk about Christopher Columbus, he was heavy into the Bible. Like you said, he try to look for the 12 tribes and do other shit at the same time. He had his little side shit going on. So a lot of these people, they'll name, like you got a lot of these Hebrew Israelites now saying that Israel is really in Peru and like crazy shit like that. And they got the Mississippi River is the Nile River, and that's why all the cities on the Nile, all the cities on the Mississippi River are named after Egyptian cities. You know what I mean? But that comes from the European that came here was heavy on the Bible. Now you got to understand too, because the Bible, people didn't have the Bible like that. It wasn't until that time before they explored. Well, with the slave trade, really, I guess you could say. Maybe I'm wrong. But where people were really into the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So the Bible was like, it was a book for one, and people didn't really have stuff like that. So people was really into the thing. It's like you got Hebrew Israelites today. They really into the Bible. You got all types of religious zealots and all types of stuff like that. Look at the Mormons. The Mormons said that the Indians were Israelites. You know what I'm saying? And they built their whole little cult or whatever based off of that shit. So like these Europeans, like it was the new land too. It was like the new world. It was just like how the Israelites left Egypt and went into Israel. You know what I'm saying? It was the same thing for these white people to leave Europe and come to the new land. That was like for them because they was leaving Europe for persecution for their religion. So when the pilgrims and stuff come, they escape people talking shit to them about their religion. So when they got here, they're gonna name these cities after biblical places. Jerusalem and like, you know what I'm saying? You got a Jerusalem, Connecticut. You got a what is it? It's another like, so you got like Memphis, Tennessee. You got all these places and stuff named after biblical, like, you know what I'm saying? Biblical type stuff. I don't know. Great. That's all I just wanted to add to that.
What's it? I'll put a link in the private chat, and
you put a link.
This will open up. Yeah, this will open up the thing about the Hebrew Israelites and certain things why Europeans thought there was the lost tribe of Israel, and it's got more to what the brother was trying to get at earlier, where he was saying the feast or what things they eat and certain things. Like, it's a very good thing. It's actually done by I think some Jewish people themselves as well, to be honest. So he's going into great detail.
All right, I'm pulling it up now. All right. Native Americans, part of the 10 lost tribes. Europeans first glimpsed Native Americans more than 400 years ago. Many were convinced they had discovered the lost tribes of Israel. At a closer look, the connections are astounding. This hidden association has taken on a greater importance recently as the two nations face similar threats and perhaps even common messianic vision. Unmistakable traces of Jewish prayer echo in the voice of Joseph Riverwind, the Amahura war chief of the Northern Arawak Nation, the indigenous people of South America and the Caribbean, as he sings Shema Shema Naina Pasach Hoyaya. He translated this ancient Native American song for breaking Israel news. Listen, people. As you gather together, we will dance before the Creator. This is strongly reminiscent of the Jewish prayer Shema, which literally means here. These two worlds are embodied in the chief Riverwine, embodied in Chief Riverwine, a descendant of both Native Americans and Beni a nuisance. Jews who hid their identity as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. For him, the connection between Native Americans and Judaism. Wait, hold on. Okay, the South American, as he sings. Okay, strongly represented in the Jewish spirit. Okay, he sung that. He translated the ancient Native American song. Okay, all right? That's the ancient. He's saying that's the ancient Native American song. Okay, I would read. Okay, from the Airwalk. Okay, all right. Among my people, our ancient name for God is Yah, the supreme spirit of spirits, very similar to Yahweh. Chief River Wind explained, among my wife's ancestors, that any Kitua Yah Cherokee, whoa. They called God Yehovah. Nah, I don't believe this shit. And they
Yahweh.
That's see shit. Nah, I ain't fucking with this shit. It's a battle. So let's y'all talk about while I do my little research. The celebrate 7 feasts kept the 7 day. They carried the ark into battle. Wait, so they had an ark and celebrate 7 feasts, kept the 7-day rest, had cities of refuge, and don't eat pork. Well, there weren't any pork. The Europeans brought pork to the meal. And
all right, Yahweh.
And celebrating the feast days, which were like summer solstice and stuff. You gather all your food in the fall and stuff like that. Every culture did that. Through the eerie etymology of similarities may be coincidental, archetypal themes also connect the spirituality of Native Americans to the Bible. Chief Riverwine told a tall story about how the Creator came to a man named Noah and told him the world would be covered with water. The man was told to make a great raft to save mankind. The stories come from oral traditions which date to pre-Columbian time. Another Native American story tells of a time when the world was all one landmass and we were all one tribe, explained Chief River. We tried to build a sky tower to the Creator. Now, I don't believe all this shit. These were pre-missionary oral traditions. They are passed down through specially trained storytellers who are forbidden from changing a single word. The transoceanic cultural connection goes against most scientific theories about the origins of Native Americans. Most anthropologists theorize that Native Americans are descendants from Siberian Mongolians who migrated to North America via the Bering Strait, a 50-mile wide tract that separates Alaska from Russia. Chief Riverwine told Breaking Israel News that the Native Americans tell a very different story. Some Anishinaabe, whatever, believe they are from the tribe of Ephraim. Now, how they gonna believe they from the tribe of Ephraim? They ain't got no goddamn Bible. Chief Riverwine explained Anishinaabe is amazing, similar to the Hebrew words Anishinaabe, people of the prophet, who lived on the coast, but their legends say that before that they came across the waters. We have cave drawings of these ships that are very similar to the drawings of Phoenician ships in history books. This theory is astounding, but archaeological artifacts connecting North America to ancient Israel are not uncommon. The Dicklog stone found in New Mexico is a 10-ton boulder in which this pseudo as fuck. 10 Commandments is described in ancient Paleo Hebrew. A letter group resembling the Tetragrammaton, now is resembling, or Yahweh, makes appearances. The stone is controversial and has never been tested in the laboratory or dated by scientific means. If authentic, it would prove a pre-Columbian connection between North America and Israel. The Newark Holy Stones are artifacts. Covered it. Oh, I did a video on the Newark Holy Stones. I did a video.
Yeah.
I should play the video after this motherfucker because it was something very funny. And the Israelites that did it, they didn't do enough research. An ancient cluster of ancient Indian burial mounds.
Yeah, I do pseudo shit, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this
like where's the proof of this fucking claim right here that Indians worship Yahweh? Where's the proof of it? On one fucking article or one fucking person making a claim? Like Frank,
I told you what about God was named. Yeah. Like I could show you the Arawat dictionary now with all the words.
They not Hebrew. Hold on. So where's the earliest Torah found in America?
The people are the Torah. The people of the book.
The people are the Torah.
Mm.
The Newark Holy Stones.
Why wasn't the my bad, bro. My bad.
You have to remember the Levites are the high priest, innit? The Levites and the Simeons. So everybody's got their own sort of, how can I say?
So all right. So where was the rabbi, the high priest among the Taínos or the Arabs or Cherokee, as you said, or where? Who is the high priest in any of these tribes?
Perfect, beautiful question. Where do you think there was? Think about the Caribbean.
I don't think there was none.
Watch this. This is what we practice. We practice something called Opia. It's called Opia. Opia. That's what the high priest. That's what the high priest practiced. The Levites and even the Hebrew Israelites will tell you the Levites are the only ones that was not enslaved.
Why didn't Columbus find any of the 10 tribes?
He did. He told it. We listed some of. He said, look, he told you the Anishinaabe, the Cherokee, the Arawaks. He's listed a whole few of them.
But you haven't proven that. You're claiming this, but where's the proof? I need to see some type of.
This is what he's saying.
Some type of historian, because no historian claims to have found the 12 tribes. If not, this wouldn't be a debate. This wouldn't be
but the second voyage.
Subscribe to this shit. No historian subscribe to what you're saying right now.
The second voyage, Columbus says he's come back to claim the promised land. Where is the promised land? What land was promised to who?
Now America, when during the
hold on, watch this.
Promise, America was not known by the people.
Watch this. Yes, it was known. It was known because think about it.
My Israelites.
Watch this. 11. You get the Apocrypha. So these people had the Apocrypha and all these type of things, trying to find where the promised land. This is why you have things like corn. Hold on.
From Hebrew to Christianity.
Yeah, but hold on. If you understand, this is why you have corn mentioned in the Bible when corn only comes from America. This is why in the Bible it talks about camels, and camels actually only. What's this? Camels originated in America. No, there's no corn comes from America. There's no corn in the Middle East. No, corn comes from America. Even camels originated in America. That's what the Mayans and the Incas. This is our food. Corn, maize. These are our foods. Cassava, potato. We have 300 different types of potato. Tobacco. These are all our words. They even use our words canoa. Our warboat is called Paraguay. Paraguay is a warboat when you can hold up to 50 to 40 men in a boat. So you can cross the seas with them type of ships.
I got a link on that. Let me finish reading it.
Because I'll give you even another link. All right.
The New York Holy Stones are artifacts discovered in 1860 within a cluster of ancient Indian burial mounds near Newark, Ohio. The mounds are one of the largest collections from an ancient American Indian culture known as the Hopwell, which existed from approximately 100 BC to 500 CE. Similar to the Declaw stone, the Newark stones are inscribed with Bible verses in Hebrew. Many artifacts
Yo, my bad.
are discounted as hoaxes based on circumstantial evidence, the improbability of their existence, and what implies, despite strong corroborating empirical proof of their validity. Chief Riverline attributes this simply to ethnocentric tendencies, right? European historians have always underestimated so much of what was going on here before Columbus. He stated, they simply can't imagine men sailing from Israel to North America, even when they are holding the proof in their hands. Roni Segal, the academic advisor for eTeacher and Online Language Academy, was fascinated by the possible connection. Paleo back to the 10th century BC. The language itself is the key to many ancient mysteries, she told Breaking News Israel News. Though these discoveries were surprising, when studying the language that was used by God to communicate with man, these types of connections are not entirely unexpected. Chief Rimmelwind feels the connection is especially important today. These are things we didn't share in public before. Now I really feel there is something stirring in the air. It isn't by chance that the Native American Indians are facing a huge propaganda campaign at the same time as the Jews of Israel are being told they are indigenous. He stated that the Native Americans suffered ethnic cleansing, and that is what they want to do to the Jews. We have that in common, and it's happening now. Many would be surprised to learn that Native America also have a Messianic vision. Despite being expressed in different terms, it is similar indeed to what Jews believe. First Nations have many prophecies that have been passed down for generations. We know that in the long time ago, the Creator destroyed the earth with water, and today we are living in the generation when the fires will come to purify the earth. Our people's ancient stories can be found among my people's ancient stories, and we share the same destiny. Many of us are called upon the same Elohim since the ancient times. And in the end, all the tribes that have been scattered will be gathered together as one. Those in Israel, they are not true Israelites. Oh, here you go. Remember. No. Turks took over the land and now claim to be God's chosen people while they practice shit. Abraham was from Turkey and practiced Kabbalah, esoteric magic, witchcraft. Unfortunately, the Native Americans are being deceived yet again. I'm afraid they believe in their own Messiah, which will be the Antichrist. I plainly look at that. Okay. All right, y'all can fight this shit out while I look up some shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of the, how can I say it?
That's absolutely ridiculous. I don't even think there is no biblical artifacts. Wait, oh shit.
Yeah,
y'all still
exactly.
Hear
me? And yo.
But the camel, when did the camel get over to that side of the world? Because the camel actually originates in America.
You tell me how a camel got over there, because ain't no damn camel in America.
But this is what I'm trying to show you, my brothers. Hold on. 2 seconds. This is what I'm trying to show my brothers that think about it. The camel can walk through snow. The camel can go through the desert. So obviously people have migrated out of America into Europe. Into Asia. And they took our camels with us. The camels are all the way even into Somalia, Ethiopia, and all these places. When the camel actually originates in America.
Yeah, but that was 45 million years ago, bro.
Yeah, but exactly. So if they're showing you the direction where things are coming out from.
Now, how can you bring across the water on a Phoenician boat?
This is what we're trying to find out. Because even they said Solomon had peacocks, and peacocks come from where? India or America or something like that. So this is the clues. You have to look at where the certain animals, certain crops came from. Because when they mention corn in the Bible, that's when they know they fucked up. Because corn only comes from America. And if you see any ancient pictures of anybody holding corn, that means they came to America and got it.
My problem is in Romans 10:14. How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed? And how shall they believe in him of whom they have not heard? And how shall they hear without a preacher?
Okay.
So who preached to these Native Americans and told them that they are Israelites? Who?
They knew themselves. You hear the song they sing, Shema, Yisrael,
So when did they come here?
Adonai, Eloheinu,
You're associating
Adonai,
these
Eka.
people with 45 million years ago, man. So you telling me this shit is that old?
Camels were in the Americas.
They was, but they
Was.
moved because
Who
it
moved
moved
of,
to
who
bury
moved it? How did they move?
Eurasia and shit.
Who moved them?
However,
That's right here. Got it.
here's
Who
the
moved
problem.
them?
That's 45 million years ago. We're dealing with 1,500 years ago.
So what year? So what year are you putting the Bible
There
things
wasn't
in
no
then?
languages back then. There wasn't
So
no
so what
form of
year?
writing.
So what year are you putting the Bible stuff into them?
The year is 530, 700 BC. Well, we're dealing with when we're dealing with Israelite captivity, that's between 700 and 500 BC.
No, but I'm saying the camel has been mentioned in the Bible from very early, in it. So I'm saying, what years do you think that is getting mentioned? So
There
Genesis
was
story.
camels
What?
there was always camels in Israel
How?
during biblical time, especially during
How?
biblical time.
What Israel? The Middle East one or America? The Promised
But
Land?
Israel's in America.
Okay, that's what we just have to get the location right because that's where the camels come from, isn't it?
Israel is in West Asia. That's the what I'm talking about.
What in the Middle East?
West Asia.
Yeah, that's the Middle East.
Israel's not part of Africa. Israel's West Asia.
Well,
You could
call it Northeast Africa, innit?
Nah, I'm not calling it Northeast Africa because that's pseudo. It's West Asia. It's part of the same climate as Asia. It's a desert. West Asia is the desert. That's West Asia.
It's right in the middle of what we will know.
Israel is not the transcontinental country Egypt is. Israel is part of West Asia.
Israel is part of West Asia.
Israel is part of West Asia. Egypt is between Africa and Israel. That's the transcontinental country. That's the border, not Israel. Israel is West Asia.
So what is Europe then?
Europe is Europe.
It must be Africa, brethren. Come on, how can it be Europe now?
That's
it either has to be Asia. It either has to be Asia or Africa.
Europe's not even connected to Africa.
It's all connected, my brother.
Understood. However, Europe is Europe. Europe, you got different people.
Europe is just not separate. This one try to explain to people. Yeah. Europe is not separate. Europe tries to separate themselves.
You playing a lot of games, brother.
No, but I'm trying to show you even Europe Turkey. I'm saying Turkey, you can class it as Africa as well, and Asia, because that's how big it is. You can say it's in 3 locations.
Look, between 40 and 50 million years ago, an ancestor of what we now recognize as the camel roamed the surprising landscape like the horse. The camel's origins are uniquely North African. Country to extinction, though, by a Paleolithic man, native animals disappeared from this continent only 9,000 years ago.
How they disappeared?
Motherfuckers, it said the Paleolithic man hunted the motherfuckers to extinction.
Everybody knows that's bullshit. They stole it. Not say they stole it, but they took all the Mongolians and them lot. They started taking our camels, llamas, and started selling it to the Africans, and so on and so forth. Because we obviously see the direction of the migration of this animal, right? Even the camel has been mentioned in Islam. They say the camel. The reason why it looks smug because it knows the last name of Allah, and Allah is supposed to have 99 names, but he knows the 100th one. So I'm thinking,
now you know that.
What? Yeah, but whether or not it's our camel though.
All right. Let me get my next thing right here. Now this is the thing on the corn, right? That's what it was. It wasn't called corn. It used corn in the Bible, but it didn't mean corn.
In the 1611, it's written as corn.
Right, that's 1611. All right, check this out.
Yeah, but
It's
what I'm
not
trying to
like
show you, hold on. What I'm trying to show you, if that's written by 1611 and 100 years prior before that, they've already been to America.
check it out. The Bible has errors since it says that corn existed in the Middle East over 2,000 years ago. The word corn appears 102 times and 94 verses in King James Bible. How is this possible since corn was never in the Middle East until introduced from the Americas many centuries later? However, we will not find the word corn in any of the modern translations of the Bible. Why is this? Here is a list of every instance of the word corn in the King James Bible, listing the original Hebrew and Greek words from which it got Dagon, the English word grain of cereals, grain. That's the word that was used one time and 38 times. Small shibboleth, meaning ear of grain, branches, ears, grain. So it was all meaning grain and like cereal.
What is the Latin word for grain? It's not corn, is it?
Was it in Latin?
Yeah, but the Septuagint Bible was written in what? Greek, innit? Greek is Latin, go.
Say that again?
I'm saying the Septuagint Bible, what was written in the 10th century or even older, is written in Greek, innit? Which is Latin. And I'm saying in Latin, corn is not a word for these people. It's funny how there's a Bible in 1611 and there's been a whole 100 years of people going to America now because they reached America, what, 1492. So the whole of the 1500s, they've been going back and forth to America. 1611 now, you have a Bible now mentioning corn.
We got a word in Greek right here.
You know, no, I ain't gonna interrupt.
One thing one notices definitions above is that the word translation corn sometimes refers to threshing. Now, real corn is not usually threshed. This kind of treatment is usually reserved for grains like wheat and barley. Other particular verse is found in the book of John. Verily, verily, I say unto you, except the corn of wheat fall unto the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. Right? Now, you drop corn on the ground and shit, the kernel ain't gonna fall out that bitch. Kernel gonna be right up in that motherfucker until your ass eat that shit out of that, or some animal come eat that motherfucker out. You can have corn, you can throw that shit all down the street. The motherfucking kernels can still be in that shit.
No, what's this now? Sorry,
wait on. What is a corn of wheat? This seems to make no sense from our common use of English language today. Maybe the word corn is not really referring to maize. But turns out there is a simple explanation why the word corn is found in the King James Version Bible. The reason is the word corn has existed in English language for a very long time, even before Europeans discovered maize in the Americas. Were these people using their psychic powers to know what would be found in the future? No. Actually, like any other English words found in the King James Version, the word corn has a different meaning in the 1611 than it does now. The word corn used to refer to any grain, just like you say kernels and stuff. You got kernels of wheat, the things that fall from like the grass. Like you got grass, you let grass grow long enough, the seeds be on the top, and those are the kernels. The corn has different meaning. Okay, the word corn used to refer to any grain, but especially wheat. When the early English settlers came to Americas, they needed a word for the new grain that the Native Americans ate. They called it Indian corn, which is true. I'm from New England. That's what they call that. Which translated into our common English meant Indian grain. The word Indian was eventually dropped, and maize is now called corn. Here is the explanation from a website that has more information. The process is even more clearly shown in the history of such words as corn and shoe. Corn at Orthodox English means grain for human consumption, and especially wheat. The corn laws. The earliest settlers, following the usage, gave the name Indian corn to what the Spaniards, following the Indians themselves, had called maize. The term appears in Bradford's History of Plymouth Plantation, 1646, in the Mort's Relation, 1622, but gradually the adjective fell off. And by the middle of the 18th century, maize was called simply corn, and grains in general were called breadstuffs. Thomas Hutchinson, discoursing with George III in 1774, used corn in its restricted sense, speaking of rye and corn mix. What corn? What corn? Asked George. Indian corn, explained Hutchinson, or as it is called in authors, maize. Because of the problem of changed meanings and numerous other original manuscript problems, I am very hesitant to recommend the King James Bible for people to read, unless one is an expert in 15th century Shakespearean English. One is going to get confused by many of the words and make serious mistakes in terms of understanding what the Bible actually says. Now, that I know, for being a Hebrew Israelite for all those years, we was taught, just like in the New Testament where it says God so believed the world that he gave his only begotten son. That word world, like we used to, the original Israelites, Hebrew Israelites, they had the red Bible. A lot of motherfuckers don't know that shit. They had the red Bible. The red Bible was printed by the Jehovah's Witnesses. And in the back, it had a glossary. And it had the words, and it tell you the words in a different language. It's just like how you have the Strong's Concordance almost,
Yeah,
but small.
I just wanted to make a quick point.
Go ahead, let me finish up. 1 second. The word world had 3 different meanings, but in the Bible, in the New Testament, it said world, but it told you what the word meant in the different verses. So some verses that said world didn't mean the same thing as another verse that's had the word world. One of them was cosmos, meaning I remember right. It was it had 3 word world in the New Testament had 3 different meanings. Inhabited earth, a particular people, and the whole earth itself, like the literal earth, right? So when God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. It didn't mean the whole world, and it didn't mean the inhabited earth. It meant a particular people. The Greek words were okonomi, cosmos, and I forgot the third word. Okonomi, cosmos, and something else. The video I played earlier, the dude mentioned that about
I
cosmos.
agree with that. I definitely agree with that. But my point is that how they talk about planting this corn, and the way how corn is planted with the Native Americans is also done with a dead fish, and the same thing has been talked about in the Bible, where when it came to the harvest time, they used a dead fish to plant the corn, certain things like that. So I don't know if it's something they used to do in Europe as well with the dead fish and planting the seeds and things like that. But, that was one of the things that stuck out to a lot of Israelites or Hebrews.
See now how they use in that article when they were talking about Anashabi, right? Now they said that's amazing, similar to the Hebrew word Ashkenazi. Like there's a whole bunch of language. What we used to do when we was Hebrew, I was first being a Hebrew Israelite, I had my Strong's Concordance and stuff, and I was learning the so-called ancient Hebrew, right? Which really Canaanite language. I would take American words and try to make Hebrew words out of them and see if they have the same meaning. We used to do that all the time. Like we would say, okay, America. How can we say America in Hebrew? We would say America. right? And we'll try to decipher that shit and see what it means and shit. Like we was bugged out. Like we was bugged the fuck out, especially
I'm a rapper.
the actual event. So
I'm a
what
rapper.
was yeah. So we would take that and say, oh, what's that mean in Hebrew or whatever? Or we might take our real name and try to break it down in Hebrew and stuff like that, dropping the vowels out of it. Like we were bugged out. Like we were just like we was young. We was in our early 20s and shit, and we were just all like crazy over this information. So, and there was a point where this was after the 2000 prophecy when they said Yahweh Shai coming back to save everybody. So there was a lot of downtime when we weren't members of a group. Like somebody was like, why you was in 7 groups, 6 groups or whatever. I was like, because I kept seeing these motherfuckers was full of shit. And I leave, or my boy and shit basically fucking threaten them niggas and shit, and they close shop. So and it was like we had a lot of downtime. So that downtime, we were coming up with our own doctrines.
Yeah, for the
like instead of sacrificing the for like 2 years, we was like, Yahweh Shai was sacrificed, Christ was sacrificed, and so we would go and we would say, so on the Passover, we ain't supposed to be eating no lamb, but we supposed to be studying and meditating on Christ, on Yahweh Shai, Jesus, whatever you want to call it. So we would come up with all types of crazy stuff. Like, and that's where a lot of these motherfuckers
but ain't Hanukkah supposed to be the festival of lights?
Right.
Or something near that, innit?
So a motherfucker would go and find some language somewhere in some country where it sounds like Hanukkah, and the shit might have to do something with a light, or it might say sign or like some dumb shit, and we'll put that. Oh, they were Israelites, the Israelites. We was doing this, and this is where a lot of it come from. This niggas having way too much time on their hands, and this be like reading way too much into this stuff. But I'm still on that article you gave me and stuff. Y'all sit here and argue. Y'all do argue. I get this information out.
No, because the reason why I say that, because even the word Hebrew goes back to the Hebrew. It goes back to the Hebrus mountains. So you have to look where the Hebrus mountains is as well. And you look at the culture of that region. I think what we are sort of practicing is also a bit of Hinduism. Because if you look at the similarities of Brahma and Abraham, then you have Krishna, then you have Christ or Christian and things like this. So we can see where the culture is all coming from, and even with the Mayans, especially with the Mayans, there's even a similarity with the Hinduism there, with their gods and certain things like that. That literally some of the names of our things is literally the same as in India. So this is why I think people have actually left America, or they've left somewhere in Asia and populated other parts of the world.
This dude, see how crazy these people is? Yehuda saying the feds is watching this channel, my nigga. They deleted my comments.
Oh, God.
Now you see how crazy these people is? So the feds is up in my chat deleting comments and shit on the fly. But I'll tell you, I got certain words, like some words and shit, like you use and the chat, like you type it and it won't go through because that word's in there. That could be it. Or one of my moderators is watching, sniping your ass, saying something stupid. So it's either one.
Because even look at the word Iberia. It could even be Abraham or Ibrahim. In the Garifuna language, to say father is Iri.
Yeah.
And even the Igbos in Nigeria, one of their founding ancestors is also called Eri. or Edie.
That is, man. Like the Iberia, they say it is Abraham, and just like with the Bantus is being speaking Hebrew. Like that shit pseudo as hell. Like there's nobody that supports that. There's no archaeologist or historian that supports that stuff. It's all
There
like
is.
pseudo like people that's these pseudo scientists and stuff make those claims.
Type in Cameroonians speaking Tamil.
Cameroonians doing what?
Speaking Tamil.
Eating
And it will
camel.
show you black people in Cameroon speaking an ancient language, what is also can connect with the Mayans, and also back to India and Sri Lanka and places there. And they're saying this language is one of the oldest languages on earth, where everybody is connected to. It's called Tamil Nadu or Sanskrit. So this is another point what I like to put
well, a lot of those languages you can't relate. Like you can relate the Hebrew language with I see people do that shit with Sanskrit. Because look at the people that was there. Like the Canaanites, like the Phoenician, you got the Canaanite, like they ain't no fucking ancient Hebrew. Like that shit don't exist. That's just Canaanite language. And these people were worshiping the God Yahweh. The Canaanites were. And Yahweh had a wife on top of that. And then you get another group of people that want to claim that God is something, and they make them be something else. Just like in, you might have like Papa Legba, right? Somebody say I look like Papa Legba with my beard. But in another religion, you're gonna have a deity that's just like Papa Legba. You know what I mean? It's gonna represent the same thing. It's gonna represent the same thing. It don't mean that one is real and one fake. It's just like through people sharing ideas and stuff like that. And that's what I would say why people look the way they do in the North Africa and like know what I mean, Southern Europe and stuff. The people look similar, and just like in the walls of Egypt, they show you the different people, the Libyan, the Egyptian, the Nubian, and how they look. Like, know what I mean?
No, but it's not about looks. What I'm trying to show you is the language. It's like it's the connection of all these things. How can Cameroonian people in India, then the Mayans have a similar language, very close to Sanskrit? Even the Mayan gods are very similar to the Hindu gods.
I came across that. That's not true.
No, I'll be honest. It's serious. I'll be honest.
Like they're similar, but you go all over the world, you're gonna find the same thing.
What you want?
Same religions, like it's not gonna be the same names, and it might not be exactly the same story, but you're gonna get the same idea. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get the same. Like you go
there's history and connections though, with the Hindus and the Mayans linking up with each other in the Baba Magita story. They talk about the Yamasi people in a faraway land and all these types of things. They also we have the same crops. We have the cotton tree, which is very sacred to the Arawaks. We call it the Siba tree and all these types of things. And the gods are literally the same. There's a place called Shibalba. In India, they call it Chilambalum, and that's even the ancient Sanskrit story. And even in our Mayan story, Xibalba was the place where like all the gods were, and they used to play the bull games and all these type of things. So if they have the same thing in India, and even if they have even in Egypt, some of the Hindu gods look the same as the ones in Egypt. So they show you there's a connection going on.
But you get a lot of these people migrating these places through years. Then look at Jamaica. In Jamaica, you got Indian people in Jamaica. And look at Jamaica, curry goat, and like, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff is in the base.
No, but look at it. Yeah, but look at the Egyptian deity, which they depict either as green or blue. look at the same ones in India where they depict as green and blue, the Mayan ones where they depict as green and blue. Their names are literally similar.
I did a video on that. Like you see, about it. It was called. I think I changed the name of it because I wanted people to really get like what I was talking about, and like basically the video was originally on the Prophet Muhammad and how he looked. Like what color was he? But what I showed in the video was how colors and their representation not only in literature but in art, because in literature colors can mean one thing, and when you get to art the colors can mean something else. Like they said,
I think people look
Muhammad
different over time.
white. They said his thigh was white, his chest was white. Like, know what I mean?
Surprise me.
It didn't mean that Muhammad was white though.
It does
Like,
actually.
The
Do you know what they call
writing it wasn't.
Do you know what Somalians or people from East Africa are called Arabs? They call them Dakat. Dakat, meaning people with red ears. So the North Africans, the Middle Eastern people, some of the East European people, to black people, they will have red ears. This is why they call them Dakat Arabs, the light skin Arabs. So Muhammad now, that's obviously the way how they describe the brother, isn't it, basically?
Have you ever read the book, The Wonderful Kushite Ethiopian Empire?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, yeah, I just sent it to the guy that was just on here, Frank, that was on here earlier and stuff. I sent it to him today. That's a great book. I read that when I was a young kid, and it shows how like the Nubians, the Kushites, how they went into India and helped civilize India. Then from there, like the Middle East and stuff, and
it's the other way around. There's an ancient place called Sumer, where it's much older than Egypt, much older than Samaria, and people in Asia have always been people of agriculture. So they brought that culture into Africa.
Yeah, right.
Not
Like
the other way around. Not Africans teaching people how to farm.
Nubians were the people that the kings were Nubians. That's what I've seen, but I also see some shit where the motherfucking Canaanites look like white people.
They are.
Know what I mean?
The mixture of people.
Timeline and stuff too. Just like how the Jamaicans and stuff, where the Airwalks was there, they might have been fierce. And then when the slaves got there, know what I'm saying? And now you go to Jamaica, everybody black than a motherfucker. But originally that island had some people totally different.
No, because the Mayans depict themselves as black people with dreadlocks. The same thing with the Caribs. They depict themselves stone images with dreadlocks, just like the Mayans and things like that. And the explorers that we got there, they called that land Nigra de Terra, the people who are black here. They said the people look like Ethiopians.
Now, I want to say that they were on the equator, so people are darker skinned. If you go around the world, you're going to see
it. The Spanish said these people resemble Guinea and Ethiopian. So you have to understand, before they started traveling the Atlantic, they went through the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, so they know what Ethiopian people look like.
Yeah.
And Ethiopian people can also get mistaken for black Asian people.
Okay.
Or even Aboriginal Australian folk.
Right. So, like, just because the people look like that, you can't necessarily say that there are of that people. Just like all white people look the same. You go to France, you go to England, you go to Ireland, and you go to Russia, you go to Turkey, the motherfuckers gonna all look the same to me. Just like Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. The motherfuckers look the same to me. Like, no, but get mad.
No, but this is what I'm trying to show you. This is what I tried to explain, that this is how we come out of Asia. Because even the Mongolians, they're linked to the Turkish people as well. And Europe says their first woman or their mother of Europe comes out of Turkey. So all European women link DNA wise back to one Turkish woman.
Yeah. Article, I'm gonna say.
And as I said again, Turkey's in the middle or right in the middle next to Africa, next to Asia and also to Europe.
Yeah.
And we have to be honest, in Asia they have the Silk Road in it. So they've got mass products. Anybody who can get to Asia and bring all the stuff to Europe or Africa, they're going to be rich. This is why Persia and them areas were so rich, because they could get into Asia, China, India, and bring stuff into Africa and other places.
Here's the point I made a while ago too. How some of these motherfucking explorers and shit, the motherfuckers was lying too, because it was more with the say they came. I forgot the source and stuff I used for this shit. I'm tired as fuck right now. It's like almost 5:30 in the morning here, so like I made it out. How they would go. Oh, I got a PDF too. Was talking about how the Mayans or the Aztecs, one of the two. I always get them mixed up. I don't know the difference.
Yeah.
But they were saying how a lot of Israelites say, "Oh, the Mayans are Israelites because their God is similar to Jesus or Yahushua, whatever you want to call them, and stuff." It's like the same thing, right? I got an excellent article. Was in a Scholastic Journal and stuff. It was breaking down the reason why people say that, and showing how it wasn't true. But back to what I was saying about the people lying. These people, like these missionaries, these explorers, that was business for them. So they will come here and say, "Oh, these people, oh, I think they're the goddamn Israelites." So now the king is going to give them more funds. You know what I'm saying? They go back over there and do more things. They're getting more money. You know what I'm saying? That happens too. It's no different today. Like people wasn't.
No, but where we get mixed up, where the thing where we get mixed up is with the word Indian. People think India, what we know of today, was actually always called India. It was called Bharat. Indian or Indios, Indian or Indios in Latin or Spanish means wild, savage, and tamed. So when they were going to India, they're saying, look, these people are wild, savage, and untamed, basically. But they're going to what they call Hindustan or the Hindus valleys. There was no such thing as in India yet. We were the first people, but they actually identified as the West Indies or Indians, and all it means is savage, wild, and untamed. Doesn't mean nothing about the connection with India.
Frank was reading something like that before you came on earlier. He was reading from Amerigo Vespucci, I think that's who it was, or somebody, I forgot who it was. And they were describing the Native American Indians here, and that's how they were describing them. As savage, they was calling them barbarians. Yep.
So even the word Andes, that the Andes mountain just mean the Indian mountains or the Maroons, Cimarrons. Cimarrons is an Arawakan word meaning people that's up in the hills. So the Caribbean is a hilly place. If you know what I mean. Haiti, the same. So people live on hills or cliffs and things like that.
Yeah. My ass is running out of gas, dude. I'm running out of
big up though, man. So what do you think about that information so far with the Israelites? There could be a connection though, isn't it?
No, I'm gonna get in that thing. I'm gonna do a video on that. I'm gonna get that cheap Riverwind dude up out of here. He gotta go. Watch. I'm gonna get him out of here with that. Let me play this video before I go. There's a video I did a while ago, like last year or something, on a dude that was talking about that the holy scrolls or whatever it was called. Try to get that shit. I didn't do nothing like what the title of the motherfucking video is. Ain't go nowhere near the subject.
Yeah.
But it was a good. This night was a good show. It was a good show.
Powerful show, man.
Yep, sure was.
And I have to say, us African American Caribbean brothers, we're very ancestors. We're very intellectual people, and we're great scholars. You know what I mean? So we have to give ourselves respect and honor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're of Caribbean descent?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, most people in the UK and stuff like that are of Caribbean descent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Let me find this thing here. It's called. What's that shit called? Yeah, because the dude made a claim saying that how there was Israelites, but you know the Hebrew Israelites believe that the Israelites is black, right?
Because even some people
like,
say
wow.
even some people say there was Israelites of England and Scotland, but they even say Briton is a Hebrew word.
Right. You ever heard of the British Israelism?
The Jacobites.
Yeah,
or the Jacobites.
But before the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, there was a British Israelite movement, and they had a 12 chart too. They was calling the English Judah. They was calling like the Irish Ephraim or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Benjamin.
Spain was another type. It was another tribe, and it was the same breakdown. It's like literally the Black Hebrew Israelites stole their doctrine. I did a video on the other day, but it ended up like this video. It turned into talking about something else. But I went over how Christian identity seems like a harmless word, like a harmless thing, like, but it was a racist movement, white supremacist movement, and they borrowed from British Israelism, and they turned the Jewish people, because British Israelism believed the Jews of today are Israelites too. But when the Christian identity borrowed from it, they said that that the Jews were actually the seed of Satan and like a whole bunch of crazy shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, I found it. Found the video. It's short. I'll get right to the point on it. But and it said how it spread to the U.S. and stuff like that. All right, here we go. Screen. All right. Chief Joseph's tablets. That's what it's called. Chief Joseph's tablets. All right. Right? Let's go. Now, listen to Z fucking all up for them. We gonna get that. Damn, the audio on that shit's horrible. Hold on a second. Their first leader surrendered to Europeans in 1870. I know tablets that he found. Keep your mind up, Judah. All right, we're gonna get into this Chief Joseph shit that he was talking about, right? I know tablets that he found, right? So check this out, y'all, and get right into it. And this is gonna be quick. I'll be done in like 5-10 minutes. These are supposedly Hebrew scrolls.
the most. This is simple. This is light work right here. Boom. Look at your boy right there. Where did Chief Joseph get his Mesopotamian tablet? Right? Mesopotamian tablet. Chief Joseph. The origin of Chief Joseph Mesopotamian tablet is still a mystery. When Chief Mesopotamian tablet is still a mystery. When Chief Joseph, a renowned Nez Perce leader, surrendered to Europeans in 1877, he gave a special gift to General Nelson Appleton Miles, wrote Vine Deloria Jr. in his book, Red Earth, White Lies. The gift received by the general was a pendant that turned out to be an ancient Mesopotamian cuneiform tablet. According to the Benjamin Denali of AssyrianTimes.com, the tablet was translated by Robert Briggs, professor of Assyriology, at the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. Professor Briggs found that it was a sales receipt for a lamb dating back to what time? Y'all see it? 2042 BC. Right? What year did they leave the captivity?
15.
In 722 BC, nearly 10 to 20 years after the initial deportation, the ruling city of Northern Kingdom of Israel, Smyrna, was finally taken by Sargon II. Right? Oh, here we go, right here. That the exile lasted 70 years. Some chose the dates 608 to 538 BC. Others 586 to 516. The year when the rebuilt temple was dedicated to Jews, supposedly. Right? Now, this is the date. This is the date, right? That they left that motherfucker. This is the date they left. 500, let's say, like, I'll give them some points. I say they left at 600, right? Give them some points. It's 600 BC. Now, what did this motherfucker right here say? That shit dated? There you go. 2042 BC.
That's a lot. That's a
right?
big gap.
There we go. Mary Grinding of Helium History Mysteries wrote, the chief said that the tablet had been passed down in his family for many generations. Now, this is quote. This is a quote. 1877. They quoted this Indian chief, Chief Joseph, right? Quoting that they had inherited from their white ancestors.
What?
So they're saying that their white ancestors did. Their ancestors were white. Chief Joseph. Wait, let's take a look at Chief Joseph. That's Chief Joseph, y'all. 1877. This is how they drew this man. By their white ancestors. Chief Joseph said the white men had come among their ancestors long ago. Chief Joseph was a man of honor, and there was no reason for him to invent a flowery story about the origins of the gift. So they give him credit. They co-signed him. Furthermore, gilding eliminated the possibility of forgery based on the fact that cuneiform had not been deciphered until 1846. And a potential forger would have had to be familiar not only with ancient language itself, but with the shape of the tablets created by the ancient scribes. The story of Chief Joseph tablet leaves us with mystery. How did the ancient Assyrian artifact make it to the Western Hemisphere? The scholars are still scratching their heads in search for explanation. Chief Joseph pendant was not the only Mesopotamian tablet found in North America. Native Village mentions another cuneiform tablet that was found in 1963 in Georgia by Mrs. Joe Hearn. It was written on a Sumerian language and dated to approximately 2040 BC. According to Weird Georgia by Mark Spurman and Mark Moran, the tablet discovered by Hearn was a receipt that recorded a purchase of several sheep and goats for a ceremonial sacrifice. Glory Fowler is an independent researcher from Oklahoma who was interested in pre-Columbian visitors to North America. Wrote about numerous occasions on which ancient coins and other artifacts from the Mediterranean and the Middle East were found in North America. One of such occasions was cited by Native Village. In 1980, a small heavy block stone found there, Hajin was brought to her for her opinion. Design resembled a flower with a complicated base. According to Native Village, consulted Dr. Bell Fell, a zoologist at Harvard, who was also an expert in ancient inscriptions, and he concluded that the design resembled the seal from ancient Dilmun in the Persian Gulf. The inscription said, Dr. Fell appeared to employ the ideograph used by Dilmunian scribes, especially the ones of Inanna, goddess of love and queen of heaven. Which
Now, Inanna was Yahweh's wife, also known as Anat. And that was a Canaanite deity. The Canaanites worship Yahweh. Now you see that,
but,
like,
no, but what people forget is that is all the way up into even Ashkenazi and Russia. They had the same culture, so these people could have crossed over at any time in the Bering Strait or even something different.
But that motherfucker saying it was, but according to the scriptures that people want to believe, it's saying one date, but now this shit is predating all that shit. And like, yeah, it's, and now the Indians saying the white man.
because they've even found white mummies and with red hair and things like that in in North America, in it, but I'm not too sure where the location is. But what location is where that chief is? Because
what location?
The reason I that Joseph man, because the reason I say that, because they have found Roman swords, Viking swords, all the way up into places like Nova Scotia and Ellis Island.
I've heard that before. Before.
Mm.
About the like Viking and Norse like stuff. Yep.
Mm.
But like cuneiform, that's crazy. But it's proven that the Indians, now they said their ancestors. So he's saying that they came from there, but they was already there when the motherfucker came and brung it to him. And that was then they said fucking date back to 2000 something BC. What was it? 2000 something BC or whatever. And according to their book, the Israelites supposed to have got here in America in like 600 something, 500 something. So that's a huge gap. So something ain't right. Something not lining up.
Yeah, but people are saying that there's older pyramids in Asia and Brazil. We have more pyramids than Africa and Asia combined. Even in China, they're hiding pyramids and things, saying, "Oh, they're mountains." So,
I heard,
and one thing we forget about the Asian pirates, like the Filipino ones, Chinese ones, the Japanese ones, and the culture what they all share, like even all the way to Japan, which is an island, they're all Buddhist or Shinto, if you know what I mean. So showing you the type of culture of people that was migrating back and forth or had a close connection with.
There's a lot of stuff, man.
Look at it like this. If there wasn't no Abrahamic place here, and there was a person called Jesus, what religion would you say Jesus was if there was no Abrahamic faith?
Who even said that motherfucker was real?
I'm just saying, if he was real and there was
Yeah,
no Abrahamic faith, what
well,
religion would you say he belonged to?
like some type of shit from that area, which was like what the Canaanites and shit was there because they didn't kill all of them, obviously. Egyptian type stuff. Like Josephus himself say he looked up in the temple and there was a whole bunch of Egyptian shit up in there. He said
So,
that. Now a lot of people
so
don't
you,
want to believe Josephus, but I'm saying if people gonna say Jesus was real, you got to believe Josephus because he's the one that said he was real. So you got to
I'm just
believe
saying,
what he
if
said
there
too.
was if there was somebody like that person and the message that he has brought, if there was no Abrahamic faith, I would say Jesus was a Hindu or a Buddhist if there was no Abrahamic faith due to his teaching.
Um, Buddhist, I don't want to say. Well,
Or a Hindu,
yeah, it could be,
Hari Krishna.
or just a Hare Krishna. I used to deal with a lot of Hare Krishnas when I was young.
Yeah,
When I was young,
like
I
saying
have some friends that
it's like saying hallelujah.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Ra,
I used to know the whole thing.
Rama,
Yep.
Ramses, Rama. So if we go even a bit deeper now, Krishna and Jesus have the same birthday.
That's true. That's true. Supposedly. Yep. So
And
there was a guy on YouTube and he showed the similarities between Hinduism and like the scriptures and how he even took it all the way back to Abraham and saying Abraham was Brahma or something like that. I forgot how he did it,
yeah,
but it was interesting.
Abraham, yeah. And if you notice, there's a culture in it, a caste system in Asia. The Brahmins are the highest caste. So you have Brahma in East India. Then you have Dalai Lama, which are more to the Chinese and the Mongolian, but they're all what? Priests,
Yeah,
Brahma and Lama. And you have Isa Lama, Islam.
yeah,
Isa meaning Jesus, Alum in Arabic meaning teacher. So Islam meaning the teachings of Jesus, Christian, the teachings of Christ. And it
it's a
goes
lot.
all the way back to what? Sanskrit,
Yep.
the Vedas.
Sanskrit. No. Somebody said. I remember years ago, people was telling me that Sanskrit was the oldest language.
Mm.
He said he'd be back, take life. Shit, my ass would be asleep. You know what I mean? What keep going? Breaking something else. You be terrorizing people on Facebook and shit.
Yeah, powerful show as always, brother man.
Yeah,
Big up to you and the panel. Big up to you, everybody in the chat.
yeah. I ain't seen you around in a while, but I haven't been on this late that much and stuff. So. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's always good to hear from you and stuff. Yeah, man. So shit, this was a good ass video. I gotta change the title of this shit. This is real good. Right? Real. Especially with this damn Yehuda Israel nutcase and shit. I always gotta fuck him
Okay.
up. Crazy. So he didn't like that. He didn't like that. The thing I did with King James. He didn't like that shit one bit. He didn't like that
Oh,
one
but it's
bit.
powerful though. It's powerful because a lot of people saying he's either like a mixed race brother with Israelite and maybe a Danish mix or something for the other.
Yeah.
Because even
Hey,
the Romans,
like,
when the Romans invaded England, they said there were black people there.
yeah, could have been. But I don't think there was black people like African motherfuckers. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they don't tell
Could
you
have been
that.
dark people.
Yeah, but they don't
Or
tell you that the black people of Africa used to steal women all the way up to Iceland and England and Ireland and bring them back to North Africa and things like that. They used to,
obviously
a lot of that.
between the sub-Saharan and the North Africa, there's a huge difference. Then the looks
The
of those people
Mauritanians,
drastic.
the Mali Empire, a lot. They used to steal a lot, and Senegal used to steal a lot of white women all the way up from Ireland, Sweden, England, Scotland,
Uh-huh.
with the Vikings and the Ottomans.
We was taught that the Vikings was black. Without
Do you know who stopped?
I was like, damn. They said everybody was black. I was like,
It was the American Navy that stopped all of that. Like the Moors, the Ottoman Empire was very dominant in the Mediterranean. It was the American Navy in the early 1900s that came and stopped all of that.
Oh,
So
yeah, let me close this thing before I fall asleep on you.
all right, my brother. Big up, man. Have a good morning, man. Big up.
Yep.
Happy holiday season.
All right, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you coming on.
All right, shalom.
So, you have it, Turok. Shout out to him and stuff for coming on. Shout out to Frank Trujillo for coming on. Shout out to all the heads and shit that was up in the chat. Don't forget crazy ass Yehuda 52 Israel. Lil was up in here. Oh, you from the UK too, Lil. I forgot about that shit. I'm still gonna get your ass and shit for that bullshit you did the other day. Still gonna get your ass and shit. You talking about, well, I was gonna unsubscribe if you a faggot and shit. But your ass be over there on Judah Nazareth fucking channel though. Your ass be over there at Judah Nazareth channel. Don't lie and say you don't. I be seeing your ass up over there, nigga. Get your ass over there. But yeah, who else was up on here? There was somebody else. Malak, Melchizedek. Shout out to you and shit. Who else was up on here? Somebody else was up in here too. I can't believe this dude said the feds is watching my channel. Said it deleting my comments. Dude, it's crazy. I think these niggas be smoking PCP when they be watching my show and shit. Coming, goddamn bootlegs coming. Somebody, Barack, Urok, or something like that name. Shout out to him. He was up in here. Damn, it was somebody else that always be up in here, and I'm forgetting their ass right now. That other dude, that Obo, or I forgot what the fuck his name was. It was something crazy. Wait, can I see? Usually I can't see the whole thing. Damn. I heard him get out of here for Frank long-winded ass and shit. Come up in here. He started talking and shit. And that nigga can talk right there and shit. You gotta get a leash out of his motherfucking ass and shit. This motherfucker talk the whole goddamn show. Try to have a goddamn discussion. This nigga had about to do a lecture and shit out of his motherfuckers. But he was fun to have on and shit. Definitely would have him on and shit again. He sound like a real New Yorker and shit. Yeah, man. But yeah, I'll get the fuck up out of here. Who else? Oh no, shit. Those are my thoughts. Looking tired as hell. I ain't fell asleep on y'all in a minute. I'm trying not to start that shit again. God damn, going 4 fucking hours and shit. Yeah, I gotta close this bitch up. I'm gonna go out with a song, some dry shit. Nah, I'm gonna play some No Face Killer. I'm gonna play some No Face Killer and shit. Crazy ass Lamont. No Face Killer. Play that man. Doesn't matter. Goddamn, I forgot none of his tracks got named and shit.
And with our easy payment plan, $19.75 a month. You just put $20 on your credit card to set a 2 come your way. The Queen, not for $169, but $89 or $22.25 a month on your credit card.
Why my TV tripping? And what the hell's wrong?
something. I need to go to sleep, and if I go now, I'll only get an hour of it. Fuck it, I'll just get up and turn it off. Okay, now the covers. Let's count some sheep. I'll fall asleep by the time I count a dozen. Finally, some shut-eye. Just when I'm about to shut them, the TV turns back on. And this time it's louder. What the? Now I'm cussing. And the neighbors pounding on my wall screaming. I'll turn it down for hugging. So we'll pull the plug out from the outlet. Stay, even after Ryan plugs me. Okay, I'm freaking out. This is on some poltergeist shit. Don't I know I'm trying. My mind is thinking, how the hell is this thing tweaking out? Oh shit, I think I'm hearing voices through the speakers now.
That's what's going on. It's crazy. No
I just put some country gravy made out of your grandma's panties. Would you like to try some?
Okay, what just happened? Whoever's doing this, it ain't funny, I ain't fucking laughing. Very cute. When I find out who this is, I'm gonna feed those punks a knuckle sandwich.
Get your muscles faster. Tired of getting fatter. Are you referred by different names such as Chunky Master? If your rump is flabby and you consider lifting or sexually exercising, well, we've got just the answer. Who's awake while you sleep? Oh, in the car. Or chugging muffin batter. While eating Snicker bars. No, even if you're a rapper. And if you order now, we'll include a free stick of butter with your lovely package.
What's this channel? Some sort of advertising? How you gonna lose that weight while on his fat and diet?
You call this man a liar?
I try to laugh denying that the fact is Stevie just responded back.
Damn it, quiet!
Only 36 easy payments of $666.99 plus shipping and handling.
I'm hearing things. I must be hallucinating. Delusional. I think I'm watching too much cable.
Watching too much cable?
Now you're talking crazy. I knew you was cheating. Who else have you been watching lately? Come on, replace me. What? I don't do one anymore? Is that why you kept me off for Facebook? Never spent any more quality time. Well, this book Crosby's on comedy night. And I've been sobbing and crying. Would you stop it?
What the hell is wrong with this guy? Don't you know you kept the phone all night? What's your problem?
5? Oh, shit, I gotta be at the job before 9. And if I'm late again, I'll probably get fired.
It's all about you, yourself, and your needs.
What about mine? I'm sick of being ignored. What's the matter? That's how you think? Remember, if you want to me, you'd be poor. Why are you leaving me? We don't need a divorce. We can work things out. Let's watch a DVD and some sports. And when I try to sneak out the door, a lightning bolt shot out the screen and almost hit my feet at full force. What was that for? Try it again. This time I'm aiming high and I ain't gonna feel no more. Truth is, you haven't been buying any items that I've been advertising. Why else you fucking TV?
Motherfucker, I hope you die a fiery death and burn in hell for the rest of eternity. May the fleas of 1,000 camels attached to your bed sheets. Back up in your house with your resurrection. You stupid ass, sweetheart. I just put some country in your grandma's panties. Would you like to try some? Alcohol.
I walked into the office, 2 o'clock therapy with Dr. Cat. I'm looking awkward in a stocking cap because it's August. I don't acknowledge him at all or stop. I walk right past him straight to the stall. I have to wash my hands. I forgot to grab the doorknob with my sweater sleeve. It's off the last. I heard some jotting on his comment pad. When I came out, he was holding up ink blots and then the doctor asked,
What do you see?
I thought I saw my dad, and then I said nothing, just dots in black. And it was obvious I was sarcastic when responding back. I got defensive and he sensed it, style. He penciled in some notes. I noticed the end of the sentence. It's Proverbs bad, perhaps. There's a problem. Yeah, I reached into my pocket, scrambled for my car keys, and said, I have to call a cab. I'm feeling claustrophobic. As the Compton gag, the doctor offered me a bottle of water with a strong man. I had a hard time drinking water through a pollen mask while hyperventilating through a doggy bag. I got up and said, I'll call you back. Tomorrow morning we gon' talk and chat and solve every problem from my haunted past. The coffee table blocked my path to the door. Then Dr. Cat starts a plot. I'm a start and says, I thought I'd ask, where you keep your ostriches? Damn, he's sketching on me. He saw that it was all an act. You got me, man. You caught me red-handed, Dr. Cats. He saw that it was all an act. I wear a mask. It's a facade cause it's all I have. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. And you can do as you please. You can say what you want, it won't change a goddamn thing. Reaction was to feel embarrassed, followed by an awkward silence. What's he thinking as he keeps on staring? This time it's not my laundry, my dirty secrets airing. Let's talk about my daddy and my mommy. You should meet my parents, the most wonderful people. You'd have so much material to write a sitcom, a funny movie, and even enough for a sequel. It'd be hilarious. You'll laugh so hard your fucking t-shirt will bust at the seams. Alright, enough about me. What made you want to become a shrink? He gets uncomfortable suddenly as he shuffles his feet. You probably make the same amount of money it takes me to bust my ass for a month and a week. Only trouble is, some will agree, it takes too long to get that dumb credit degree. And on top of that, it wasn't cheap. Hundreds of G's we spent on bucks. Probably forgot the ones you did read. My third reaction was to beat my second, to top it by making a hurtful statement. Words could be a lethal weapon. My serotonin's been depleted. I'll take 3 Zyprexes, and I don't need these sessions, and I don't need suggestions on how I should feel and questions on how I should think, etc. I'm just a case study to you on how to treat depression. Instead, I thought I'd ask, where's the nearest pharmacy to fill up my prescription bottle at? I saw that it was all an act. I got you, man. I caught you red-handed, Dr. Cats. I saw that it was all an act. You wear a mask. It's a facade cause it's all you have. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. And I can do as I please. I can say what I want, it won't change a goddamn thing. Who the fuck am I to tell you to stop doing drugs? If I ask you to stop, will you laugh at me? Or will you not? And just say you will, no one down.